And we are back, racing fans, for part 4 of the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. The broadcasters are not in the pit lane, we are in the booth. And actually, I do have a special guest in the booth with me. His name, Isaac. Isaac, if you would like to introduce yourself a little bit more. Would everyone say hello to Isaac? Hi, Isaac.
Hello. Hi. Welcome back. Thank you for having me in to kick off part 4. my name's Isaac. I'm ACC commentator from Australia, and just having a get involved. And we've got an awesome 24-hour race that's taking place so far. We're about almost 15 hours into this race, so just having a bit of fun with yourself, Christian, and commentating on some really exciting action.
There has not been a shortage of action today. We started the race at 8 a.m. Eastern, qualifying started at 8 a.m. Eastern. And since then, it has been a non-stop action. We've had the safety car, had to intervene a couple times during the first couple of hours in the race, but it looks to me now like the safety car is getting a little bored. But that is a good thing, I think, Isaac. So hopefully there are no incidents that cause the safety car. It's a good thing and a bad thing, actually. I'm going to rant about this a little bit more. So this is the first time that we have the safety car here at Odyssey Racing League for one of our endurance events. And it is going, in my opinion, great with the safety car. Now, my dilemma is, I want there to be more incidents so that we can show off the safety car and we can actually practice it more so that we can hopefully bring this to more events or to more endurance events. However, the more crashes that happens, that means the less racing that there is for the racers and the less entertainment there is for the viewers. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword there. It's kind of good, not good enough.
I know exactly what you mean. It's a bit of a catch-22. We want to see the safety car. We want to see the field sort of bunched up so that, you know, it brings more action, especially at the top end with our drivers at the pointy end of the field and our pro drivers. But it's creating less opportunities for racing. But, you know, 9 hours and 14 minutes, like, that's a lot of time to go racing. So I think maybe a safety car or two here and there to close the field back up wouldn't be something people would be too mad about.
Something that I wouldn't be too mad about either is holding on to that purple crown. Shea O'Sullivan, the number 13 Ford Mustang for 0 Point Racing, P2 overall, fastest time on the track, 2:16.977 for them. The car in front of them, number 224, only 20 seconds ahead. That's right now is driven by Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ritchie. That's the 224 Aston Martin. And in the top 5, we have 2 Aston Martins, 2 Ford Mustangs, and 1 Mercedes AMG. The only Mercedes AMG on the track, as we do see. I think that was a Ford Mustang. That's the 414 backwards there at the top of Radion. That is not where you want to be backwards. You might be trying to do a good thing by illuminating the rest of the path for the drivers behind you, but coming up that blind turn, oh my goodness, if I were to see headlights looking at me coming up that blind hill at that speed, I would be terrified. And I would probably put myself in the wall just by how scared I'd be. That's a scary place to be.
Because you've got these cars there basically trying to be as flat out as they can up through Eau Rouge and Radion. If you see headlights as you come over the top of that hill, you're in panic stations, absolutely terrified. So well done to everyone for getting their way through there without any major incidents. But that 141 car, the Mustang, I believe that you said it was the 414. I'm trying to get my head around all the numbers up and down the grid. The 414, so they won't be too thrilled about that. Not currently sure where they're sitting in the field at the moment, but I'm sure they'll won't be too thrilled about being backwards. I don't think anyone's ever happy about facing the wrong way on a racetrack.
Speaking of wrong way on the racetrack, have you by chance seen the video of the guy online that does the F1 tracks but backwards?
I have seen that, and it's very cool. And I think what's even cooler is that now, like, the F1 games are starting to give you the opportunity to do the tracks backwards, and one of those tracks is Spa. So I've been seeing a lot of people are doing races at Spa backwards. And if you thought Rouge and Rayon was terrifying forwards, I have to say I think it's more terrifying in reverse.
So you're going backwards. You're doing turns 5, 6, and 7. You're going down Kimmel Straight backwards. Then you're going down the hill, which we're seeing the number 13 car going up the hill. So you're going down the hill at what 300 kilometers almost an hour. Well, not 300 kilometers, right? But I believe in ACC you can get up to like maybe 285, almost 290. So basically almost 300 kilometers an hour going down a hill. And this is like, if I remember correctly, it's like 5 stories, 10 stories, did they say? From the top to the bottom of El Rouge. So it's from El Rouge to Rayon, and I'm probably saying that wrong as well, so I do apologize if I am saying that turn name wrong. However, it is such a big elevation change. I think the only track that can rival that elevation change would be Coda Turn 1, also called Big Red. I think that's one of the only turns that has a big... Actually, no, because we can just talk about Bathurst all week, and the whole second and part of the third section that are on the mountain. That is also a high elevation, right? So
don't get the Australian started on Bathurst.
Did I unlock something? Oh no.
Oh
no!
Absolutely, Bathurst, they love it. It's a good thing. You've unlocked a good thing. But once I start talking about it, I would never stop.
Hold on, where are my gloves? I will fight anyone. It's a great track. I'll let you know now. I completely, when I started racing, I completely kind of wrote it off. I wasn't interested. Like, I saw it was cool. Like, I knew there was like racing in real life, like the Bathurst 12 hours and things like that. But I just found it so like I don't find it fun. And then when I really started to give the track a try, I really fell in love with the track. It is, in my opinion, the perfect amount of difficulty while also giving you that satisfaction of getting the downhill section after Skyline. Getting that perfect just feels chef's kiss. Even going up the hill, like what turns are those? I can't remember the name of the turns, but it's just the two left-handers going up the hill
through the cutting. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. That's also like getting that perfect when you get the car on the right racing line, where your right side like mirror is basically gonna be like smacked off by the wall, and getting that car in that perfect pocket, it just feels great.
It's one of the best tracks in the world, and I've been there, lucky enough to have been there in person a couple times. And you look at it on a game, or you look at it on TV when the 1000 is on or the 12 hour is on, and it looks steep. But then you go and you walk around it, and you sort of realize, oh, it's actually steep. I was privileged enough a couple of years ago to do the 12 hour as a flag marshal, and I was posted at the top of Skyline there, where they first start to go down the hill.
Yes.
And watching the GT3 cars try and flow the car down the hill.
At those speeds? Oh, wow. At those speeds,
it's amazing.
Putting life and limb on the line as well. We do see, some elbows out racing here in the dark. The number 14 Lexus trying to get back onto the racing line, but the BMW is giving flashing, letting them know that they are not happy about what transpired there the last couple of turns. That is the number 71 driven by Brudea.
I think we're going to see maybe some penalties awarded for some contact there, because that was very much elbows out from Michael Thomas in the 14 Lexus, trying to push his way past. I think maybe he's seen what the 274 car and Chase Jones was doing through that section and trying to emulate that, but it just wasn't to the same effect. He just quite get up the inside enough, and then ran it deep into the corner and pushed him wide. And I definitely do not think the driver of this 71 is very happy about that move.
Yeah, the number 14 Lexus on our screen, maybe biting off more than they could chew there coming into that corner. That is Lacombe, so that is turns 5, 6, and 7 that flow into each other very nicely. The right-left right-hander at the end of that long straight. Now coming through Blanchiment, this is what some consider a double left-hander, but a very fast sweeping left into the hard braking zone of the bus stop. The number 14 getting a very nice apex there, and it did look like the 71 just went a little too deep, maybe hitting the brakes a little too hard. And oh, I don't know if that was commentator's curse or what, but getting a squirrely exit there, losing the rear end. The BMW now having to watch their P10 spot slowly drive away. And by slowly, I mean really quickly drive away down the hill, because that is a Lexus we are talking about.
Yeah, look, the Lexus, one of my favorite cars in this game. It sounds amazing. It's a very quick car, especially in a straight line.
V8 gang.
V8 engine.
V8 gang.
Yeah, we had the poll earlier of are V8s overrated? Absolutely not, because this is one of the best sounding. This car, the Aston Martin, two of the best sounding cars. Although I do have a soft spot for the V12 Aston Martin as well. I don't know if you've heard that.
I have, and it is.
But it sounds absolutely amazing.
Music to my ears. The V12 of the Vantage V12. Oh, that's a big one.
That's a huge penalty for the 23. Not the Lamborghini.
Oh, no, not the Lambo.
They were well inside the top 5 at one stage of this race, and now they have.
I need to send the stewards a strongly worded message. Not the Lambo, please.
Have a chat.
I need to have a chat with them.
Yeah.
No, if they handed out,
issue a please explain.
If they handed out a penalty, it has to have been warranted. Our stewards and live stewards do an amazing job, so I want to give them a quick shout out. Thank you, Odyssey Racing League live stewards. You know who you are. I'm going to keep you anonymous. However, you do a great job every single week. We have a group of stewards that work together, and live stewards that work together here at Odyssey Racing League. All of them work together. They're always in contact and communication, and right now it has been the same stewards that have been working in the same capacity, so they have been working with each other as well as with the safety car. So they've been doing an amazing job today. Again, thank you so much, stewards. As well, a really quick shout out that I would like to make is to you, the viewer, wherever you are, whenever you are watching the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Thank you so much for joining us. Even if it's for a second, thank you so much for joining. Another quick shout out to our patrons. We do have a patron here at Odyssey Racing League. You can find us at patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League. All of the monies and donations that we receive from there go straight back into the league, into prize pools and server costs. And without you, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on. So a quick shout out to Matt Hugh, Julius Tan, Nicholas Woods, Abdul Rauf, Derek Anderson, Joel Price, Jose Hernandez, Nate Schreiber, Neil Bearvotes, Sven Goose, Jose Kaiser, Phil Cryotheos, Robbie Sorta Asian, Marcos Pimentel, and Dean Solomon. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for your patronage. Again, without you, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on. I see a question in the chat from Tyler Cahigas. Where is the number 615? I'm very, very, very sad to share the unfortunate news, Tyler, that the 615 had to retire due to the driver swap bug. So the 615 was the Ford Mustang for Odyssey Racing League Esports. Unfortunately, during one of the pit stops the driver swap bug happened, and when the team returned to the grid, they were down 100-something laps. So they had to retire due to technical difficulties. And again, not just because this is the Odyssey Racing League Esports, but seeing that happen to any team is pain, as you said. So much pain.
Absolutely. It's very painful for those guys and very disappointing. They were doing such a good job. And we had an Aussie in that car as well, in Josh Green.
We did. We had two. We had two Aussies in the car.
Aussies in the car.
However, I don't know how Aussie politics work. So are East Aussies and West Aussies friends? Or does the everything in the middle just kind of cause a divide?
Yeah, I think we remain friends. We're far enough apart that I think if we were closer together, I don't know if we would get along as well. It's sort of like, distance makes us stronger, in a sense. But no, we get along very well with our West Australian counterparts. Everyone's very friendly to each other for the most part in Australia, unless it comes to sports. When it's sports, that's where the divide comes in. We take our sports very seriously, as everyone does all across the world. So it's that's the only time that it really comes into it. But no, it was very cool to see two Aussies repping that 615 car, and disappointing that they weren't able to finish the race. I know they were well inside the top 20 at one stage of the race before that bug occurred. So very disappointing. P13. So they were doing it. They started 37th as well, which is
hang up job in P13. But that is part of racing. Sometimes you're doing well, and then the fat lady sings way too early.
Yeah, sometimes the fat lady sings before you've even made it half race distance, and hopefully we'll see them back for the next endurance event, and they can continue to push forward. But we've got plenty of cars left in the field. We've got a 5-second penalty for the number 47 Aston Martin, and a 30-second penalty now for the number 9 car on your screen, the Speedstars Lamborghini, and that is breaking my little Lamborghini fan heart at the moment, that penalty. But hopefully, with still 9 hours to go on this race, we might see them push forward.
Hands are covering my eyes. I just don't want to see anymore. I cannot see this Lamborghini slander. No, not the Lambo. 30 seconds to the number 23 Lamborghini. That is gonna be... That's gonna be a painful one to swallow, but they're gonna have to do it. A yellow flag for the 300 car. That looks to be like they're in the pit lane, so I don't know what's going on with them. That's an interesting flag to be shown there, unless they're not in the pit lane and they're at the exit. It's actually no, yeah, it says they're leaving the pits. That's a weird flag to be shown, a yellow flag inside of the pit lane. We're going to be moving down the tree though. Ronnie Hansen in the number 577 Ferrari for Team Nuller Esport. P22 for them, trying to catch up to the number 19 BMW in front of them. That is the Salty Mountain Racing BMW.
A great job. All our drivers at the moment. That Ferrari, the 577 car, is closing up, as you said, to the back of this Salty Mountain Racing BMW, with Stefan in behind the wheel at the moment. And we've got Greg Cornett is now up to 23rd place, so he has gained a spot. That two-driver operation, I should say, with the 148, 50 seconds behind this battle. So he's recovering from that drive-through penalty they had to serve earlier on in the piece. This is great that, we're 9 hours into this race, and we've had a few safety cars here and there, but we've had a long
a squirrely exit
wide on the exit there. Both cars going wide. I think the Ferrari had to take a little bit of avoiding action there, and he does now find his way through. But that was a squirrely exit for Stefan in the Salty Mountains 19 BMW. But that'll be a change of position, and now Hansen, I believe it is, can push forward to maybe chase after P20.
Not too far off. Hansen is. Stefan, less than a second behind the number 577. Great recovery too, actually. That BMW, sometimes at that exit, it gets, especially now that we are less than 9 hours left in the race, that exit there, especially depending on the sim you're talking about, right? I said this disclaimer earlier, and I don't know if I also had this disclaimer with you, Isaac. But I do mostly race iRacing now, and iRacing has recently released the debris model onto the track. I do know that debris does happen in ACC, but not as much as it does in iRacing, and specifically that corner coming out of that turn, it is always so dirty and dusty because of how many cars have left the track. And that is also a place where a lot of the tire spalding and the tire marbles are going to be starting to get thrown, especially as we are so many hours into the race. So being on that specific line that the 19 BMW was on and being able to recover it, I think that was a pretty good job. It's a good save. A little bit of damage on the front end, though, but that's not going to cause too much of an issue. Car's able to keep within the lines. They're going to keep on going.
Absolutely, they're gonna keep pushing on, keep moving forward. They've got a long way to go on this race. A little, as you said, a little bit of damage. That won't cause too many problems. That'll just be a little bit of aero disturbance. Might be why they're struggling a little bit for pace at this stage. But it was a big save to catch that car, and we've talked about driver fatigue starting to play a role as well as we get further into this race. So there was a really good effort to catch the cars. 1:14 in the morning server time, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's pretty early in the morning in the United States as well for some of these drivers.
Right now, in Central Standard Time, so in the state of Texas where I'm at, it is 11:27 p.m. So Eastern Time, it is almost halfway to through midnight. And the Pacific Time zone, so in California, I believe it is 9 p.m. at night. In Central Europe, I believe it is already the morning. It's around 5 a.m., I believe, if not 6 a.m. And in Australia, it is about midday, I believe, if not 1 to 2 p.m.
On the east coast of Australia where I am, it's currently 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, nice. Not too far off.
So if you have an Aussie driver in your team, it's probably the ideal time of day to put them in the car.
Oh, but I love night driving. I always volunteered to be in one of the night drivers on my team. For one of the first 24 hours that I drove in ACC, we did the Norwich Lifewood 24, and I volunteered to drive the night because I don't know what it is, but I have a sense of calmness at night, which is really weird because it's a simulation, right? It's not real night, but it makes me more relaxed and I'm able to have smoother inputs at night. I guess also, especially because in my brain, I know it's a lot harder to see. I need to be more careful because if I mess up, like some of the cars have been doing tonight here at the bus stop, you go a little bit too deep, you're gonna end up losing not just one spot, but sometimes two, especially with how close some of these cars have been in the standings.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I tend to agree with you actually with the night driving. I find it's much more calming, and you can get into a rhythm a lot easier. Whereas during the day, there's a lot of it's changing sort of. The sun's changing where its spots are, and your markers are therefore changing because sometimes you're looking at shadows. So at night, you're just sort of relying on your instincts, and it's quite good. It's quite relaxing. And a lot of these drivers are probably the drivers that prefer driving at night time, much like yourself. So they're in the car because this is what they do. This is what they enjoy doing, and hopefully that's going to yield positive results for most of our drivers here. It'd be very difficult if you're in a team of drivers that no one really likes driving in the night, because someone has to do it.
The Night Warriors are called out to play. It is 1:17 in the morning in game time. Less than 9 hours to go in the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju here at Odyssey Racing League, and I am joined in the broadcast booth by Mr. Isaac. Gonna be moving down the track, seeing if we can pick up any of the battles that are going on here. We may be getting to a point in the race where the cars are starting to settle into a rhythm right before they get into that pit stop when all the chaos starts.
Yeah, as you said, there's a 65-minute stint timer, so a lot of drivers will be getting towards the end of that now, as we've just crossed over the hour mark into the, this will be the 15th or 16th hour of the race now, as I try and do the maths in my head. A drive-through for the 71 car, I've just noticed that in P8, so that is massive.
That
for this
is
race, because
very
they were
big.
doing such a good job, well inside the top 10. A lot of cars around them, very close battles. There's a 30-second penalty obviously hanging over the 23 car, but now a drive-through for the 71 BMW. That's going to sting.
That's going to sting heavy, as the car behind them is only 7 seconds behind. That is the P9 car of Mike Vasquez. That's number 300 Aston Martin. Behind Mike Vasquez, we have Timothy Flamger, who's 61 seconds behind them. So he's also going to be losing that spot, because I believe if memory serves me correct, a drive-through is about 90 seconds here. Oh no, we're talking about a full with pit stop and tires and fuel. A drive-through actually from the start of the pit entrance to the exit, I believe is like it's like 60 something. I do also know that there's a list. 61, is it? I know. Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
I'm going to go crazy because I remember remembering it, and then I don't remember it anymore. What?
Yeah, I have a spreadsheet in front of me. I have with all the pit stop times for ACC, and it says in the spreadsheet I have 57, but I know it's a little bit longer than that. I know it's about 3 or 4 seconds longer than that. So it's about 61 seconds. So if that gap is 61 seconds to the car behind, he's going to come out either just behind or just side by side. So there is a potential for him to lose quite a few spots there.
I mean, we're only talking about the time difference now. The driver could be coming out into traffic. The car behind him with the 60-second gap might also be going through traffic. Anything could happen, as we've been saying. Until that timer reaches all zeros, anything is possible here, as we do see the Ford Mustang of Shea O'Sullivan giving a little bit of the flashies, letting the number 515 know that, hey, I would like to pass. However, in P17, Russell Harrell does not have to give up the space, has to give up the space within 2 sectors once they see a blue flag here at Odyssey Racing League. So we do see them, giving up the spot to the leader.
Yeah, that was my next question, is what's the rules around blue flags here? And you just explained it with the give it up within 2 sectors. So he's done that, he's let him pass, and now he can push on, but he's got a bit of time to make up to the leaders of this race, has Shea O'Sullivan.
More than enough. He'll get on a very nice slipstream coming up right on now and onto the Kimmel Straight. A little bit damage on the front end of that Aston Martin, but then again, who doesn't have damage after almost completing a 24-hour race? If you come out unscratched by a 24-hour race, then I don't think you raced hard enough.
I agree. If you come out of a 24-hour race and your car looks like it's pretty much like what it was when it started, then you obviously didn't try. You did not put in anywhere near enough effort, because your car should be, to some degree, battered and bruised after a 24-hour race. It's a long time. These cars are clattering curbs, potentially leaning on, maybe not making too heavy contact with, but leaning on other cars as they make overtakes and push the boundaries of what is acceptable in terms of making a move on someone. But if you come out of this, the other side of this, with a clean-looking car, then you were probably down the back and just sort of pacing around at a slower pace.
There are so many things that could fail in a car during an endurance race. Bearings could go out, brakes could fail, lines can, like liquid lines or radiator lines and hoses could burst. It is such an interesting amalgamation of circumstances that can allow a car, and such an effort in such a team effort to help get a car get past or get through 24 hours racing, basically non-stop. Of course, there are pit stops. The cars have to come to a stop. They get put up on the jacks, change their tires, sometimes depending on like what, if there's an incident, brakes, fenders, wings. However, it is just the amount and sheer teamwork, as we do see some contact there at the bottom of our screen there. But the the teamwork that comes together to make these 24-hour races happen, and especially being able to get these cars through the 24 hours, is a sight to behold. A yellow flag there at the top of Radion. That's for the number 16. It takes a little bit of a detour there into the pit exit, probably trying to recover from going up. So great recovery if they did keep that out of the wall. But going back to that, so now, I mean, we're talking about I was talking about real racing here, but there is some parallel to real racing and sim racing. There isn't, of course, the physical differences. You don't have to go through the G-forces. You're not crammed in a hot car for 63 to 65 minutes, having to deal with other cars passing by you at 200 kilometers an hour, coming into no-name turn like this as fast as you can, going side by side. However, it does take a mental toll on some of the drivers, and it is something that they're going to have to contend to and through with the next 24 hours, or the rest of the 24 hours of this race.
Yeah, and that's the thing about sim racing, is everyone talks about how there's no real physical element to what these drivers are doing, but there's still that mental element of, you've just got to be aware of all the cars around you. You've got to think about your braking markers, and you're looking after your tires and managing your fuel and all that sort of thing. Like you can see here, the Ferrari has now not only focusing on where he's at on track and what he's doing, but also letting the faster cars through as the 515 car goes around the outside. They're going to go side by side through Blanchimont, which is very bold from these two cars, but they did well to make that little move work there. Probably would have gotten out of the way if I was in that Ferrari, because I am a lapped car, but he does have to get out of the way within 2 sectors, so he did his best to give him room there. But yeah, we talk about a lot the lack of physical element to this, but the mental element is absolutely huge for these guys.
The number 515 on a mission to get around that car around the outside there at Blanchimont, moving down a couple of spots, coming in to turn 8. The hairpin now coming into turn 9. No name Simone Massimi in the number 204, able to make that move stick, getting past Tonton, the number 104 Aston Martin.
There's a couple battles still raging on. We've got a battle for P15 at the moment, by the way, P14 I should say at the moment, with the 69 Porsche and the 153 BMW of Felix Weller in the Team Red Lions LFR BMW.
A train of cars coming into the bus stop.
21st, here we go. This is going to be messy.
Any opportunities? Overtakes? No! That was the cleanest bus stop I've ever seen. We were casting spells trying to make it into existence. So this won't happen. Something happened.
He's going to go for a move here up the inside. That's a lapped car getting out of the way. The BMW is actually losing positions to these cars, and I believe that's because they're lapped cars. So he's trying to fight for position with Hansen in front, but then also trying to navigate his way through, making sure he does not impede the Aston Martin and the Mercedes that are in front in laps ahead of him. So now the Hansen is getting out of the way. This could be a chance for the BMW to capitalise. Maybe Hanson's not trying to make it too easy for them, rolling out of the throttle just enough to let them go.
Oh, trying to slip in. Can the BMW get in? No.
I can see him
right on the
there.
back
He's having a
bumper.
look.
Oh,
This
camera
is
person,
brilliant.
where are you going?
This is what 24-hour racing is all about. You've got lap cars that are factoring into a battle for the last spot in the top 20. So this is where the excitement comes into it, Christian, because there's so many things you have to consider. We've spoken about the mental toll. You've got Hanson who's worrying about this BMW in behind the Team Red Lions car, but then you've also got lap cars that are trying to find their way through and stay out of the way of them. They're going side by side now.
No contact. Almost pushing off the Ferrari. Little flashies from the Aston Martin in the back, trying to let them know that he's trying to get past. However, if memory serves me correctly, if there is a blue flag but the cars are fighting for position, they technically do not have to get out of the way, as long as they've tried to facilitate a clean overtake. But both cars going off the track, monkey see, monkey do. Both of them going off the track in the same way. Sometimes that does happen. You get a little bit too focused on the car in front of you and you just follow them off the track.
Yeah, that's just real. Oh, here we go. Shaping up a move here is Daniel into the bus stop chicane around the outside, very deep on the brakes. Can he pull it up? Yes, he can. Brilliant move there from the 749 BMW to get himself up past Hanson into the top 20, and that was a brilliant move. That was almost textbook around the outside, deep under braking into the bus stop chicane, made it look easy on the 577 Ferrari. Well done.
Felix Weiler in for Team Red Lions. P15 for them in the number 153 BMW, trying to go alongside this number 69 Porsche. That's Eric in the driver's seat. Eric having to give way to Felix, who again makes the move around the outside. What is it with making moves around the outside? Is it the cold temperatures that's giving the people the courage with the grip? They inflate their tires a little bit more and try to find grip along the outside? Or is that just like the place to make the move? I don't know.
You would think around the outside will be more dangerous. As we get further into this race, marbling will start to appear on the outside, so the track surface will be a lot more slippery. So I thought it was a very bold move from Felix Weller there to go around the outside through Blanchimont especially. Turn that, if you can get it right in these cars, is pretty much close to being flat out. So that was brilliant from Felix Weller, and that's two great moves within the span of about half a lap, almost at the same spot from these drivers. And the BMW is reigning supreme around the outside. Maybe that's just the way to go for the BMW, just get it around the outside.
Speaking about around the outside, we're going to be moving over to a new segment here at Odyssey Racing League that I like to call Granny Shifters and Double Clutchers. So we're going to play, or not play, but we're going to be talking about our Granny Shifters and Double Clutchers for the night. 8 hours, 38 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa. Now you may be asking yourself, what is a granny shifter and what is a double clutcher? Well, a granny shifter is somebody that has lost the most spots tonight. So they have donated the most spots on the grid. They have gone down from where they were to where they are now. And the double shifters are the drivers that have gained the most spots here at the race right now within these 24 hours. Still 8 hours to go, so more than enough race and more than enough time to gain and lose a bunch of spots. But if the race were to end right now, your double clutch award goes to the number 132, the Ford Mustang on our screen, driven by Alexei Degani. Up 20 spots, moving from P25 now into P5.
That's a very good effort.
And our Granny Shifter award, if the race were to end right now, is actually technically a tie. We do have two cars that have lost 17 places apiece. It would be the number 26 in P26, the number 165 for MR Reporter Coaching, Enrico Saini behind the seat, losing 17 spots. Now, this is not a dig at Enrico or the team or saying that they're bad or anything, but this is saying, unfortunately, on our timing sheet, you have lost the most spots, so there is nowhere to go but up. The second team being, unfortunately, being the number 148, the duo team, 2 drivers, 1 rig, in P23 right now. However, of course, being able to be 2 racers in 1 team in a 24-hour race is always a win in my book.
This looks like there's a large guy trying to get out of the way there as they come through turns 5, 6, and 7.
Oh, front end damage for that BMW.
Oh, here we go. Front end damage for the BMW are correct. Number 14 looking up the inside. Can he make the move stick? Oh, this is brilliant racing between the 2 of them.
The Lexus going to get out ahead. It does. Into no name and out ahead. What a great move.
That damage, absolutely. That damage on the front of the BMW may be potentially compromising the mid-corner rotation in terms of front-end aero, because this BMW, very aero-reliant, and now
oh, that's the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin.
So that's the 274 car that Chase Jones was in earlier, right behind as well, and this could be another spot loss for the 71 car. They're side by side through as we come into sector 3 now. This is great racing between these guys. They all just sort of converged on each other out of nowhere. Everyone had their own bit of real estate, and the 14, the 71, and the 274 have all found their way to each other to just sort of give us this nice little bit of action.
Another beautiful thing about endurance racing, sometimes you're out there by yourself, not having a care in the world, and then you look up and you see, oh wait, there's 3 cars behind me. They've caught up, and now it's a fight for position. As Timothy Flamger, the driver of the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin, is trying to capitalize on the number 71 being caught a little bit asleep at the wheel there. This is the number 71 BMW in P9 for Arachnid Racing. This is one of the teams that is having a heck of a recovery drive. As we see them go side by side now.
Lovely switchback move from Flamger on the exit of La Source to get that move done, and he's made it stick. But now there comes the slipstream down the Kemmel Straight. He's got to tuck in behind here, the 71 car. He doesn't tuck in behind enough, and I think that's going to give Flamger the ability to just run away with this as they head down towards the end of Kemmel Straight.
Not having to look back. The number 274 now within, or deeper in the top 10, P9 to be exact. Your race leader, the number 13 Ford Mustang, for 0 Point Racing. Behind the wheel, Shea O'Sullivan, still also with the fastest lap. So they're holding on to that purple crown. That is 2:16.772. P2, Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez for Simotech Automation. This is the 224 Aston Martin. Vincenzo Senatore, the number 164 Aston Martin for MR Reparto Coaching. Jack Humble, P4 for Sky Simsport. They've also had a heck of a recovery drive. The number 47 Aston Martin to be exact, clawing their way up, almost knocking down the door into the top 3. This is going to be a team to keep an eye on as well. P5 Alexi Degani, the number 132 Ford Mustang for SWIT. P6 the 999 Mercedes AMG Stefano Bosignore. P7 Mike Vasquez, please break turn 1, the number 300 Aston Martin. P8 Chris, I apologize, Chris, but I'm gonna try this. Chris Yaunzemis, that sounds better. The number 14 Lexus. This is the 0 Point Racing teammate. They were also in the top podium, so it was a 1-3 0 Point Racing podium, if I remember correctly, early in the race. However, they are now down to P8, so they're going to have to work their way a little, or they're going to have to work a little harder to get back up into the top 3. P9, Timothy Flaminger. We were talking about them a little bit earlier, the Baller Squad racing car, with some great moves earlier in the race, or a couple, about less than an hour earlier. We're going to hope to see more of them. And to finish and round off your top 10, Brudera Rares Carlo for Arachnid Racing. P10 for the number 71 BMW as well. A heck of a recovery drive from them.
Brilliant recovery drives up and down the field at the moment. Plenty of drivers that were outside the top 10 early on in this race now finding their way back in. Work to do, as you mentioned, for the 14 Lexus, but they've got a lot of pace behind the wheel at the moment of that car. So wouldn't be surprised if we see them move up the field before this race is over. Jack Humble sitting with a 5-second penalty hanging over his head in the 47, but a brilliant drive back up through the field for these guys. They were down quite a way from what I understand earlier on in this race, and they've done really well to get this car back on the P4. It's not an easy ask. This is our leader, Shay O'Sullivan, leading the way at the 8 with 8.5 hours to go, doing an absolute brilliant job for Zero Motorsport. And then this is Daniel, I don't want to butcher it, but I'm actually unfortunately probably going to, Kitson, Daniel Kitson in the TPDX 749 BMW. He's sitting in 20th place at the moment. Made that move on Ryan Hansen earlier, to get that job done. And this is for 10th place. Oh, a bit of contact between the two cars. I don't actually know if that is for position there. It doesn't seem to be. That's the Lamborghini that's supposed to be behind them, and that's the 696 car that is down the order. A bit of contact with the wall on the way into the lane there as well. So there's going to be damage on that car. Contact with the 696 car, which was a lap down. That's going to be very frustrating for Perez Carlo in the 71 BMW. And this is my favourite car, and I believe your favourite car too, Christian, the Speedstars Lamborghini.
Lambo boys.
Very, very
Lambo
lovely
boys.
sounding car,
Lambo
very
boys.
nice looking cars. Team Lambo here in the commentary box.
Team Lambo.
And cheering these guys on. They were P4 at one stage. They've got a bit of work to do if they want to get back up that far.
I believe they had a 30-second penalty that they had to serve in the pit lane. That was very, very painful to watch, and that may be one of the reasons why they unfortunately got kicked out of the top 10. Sitting at the door though, or sitting at the gate trying to get in. Actually, they do, because the number 71 car is in the pit lane. Sid corrected. I didn't look up before it was updated. So now they are P10.
The 71 car. So yeah, 71 car was the one that made contact with the 696 car and then contact with the wall on the way into the lane. So it was not a good sequence of corners on the in-lap for the 71 car, but it does promote the number 23 Lambo well inside the 10. This is our only Mercedes in the field, if I remember correctly, Christian. And he's sitting in 6th place at the moment, the 999 car of Stefano.
Doing a great job.
Struggling with
another
the,
V8 as well.
Pronunciation of words. Another V8. Man, we love the V8s.
The Porsche there on our screen, a pseudo V8. It's missing a couple, but we call it V8.
Close enough. This is one of the V8s that we love. Jack Humble in the Sky Sim Sport 47 car doing a brilliant job. And then Daniel Kitson in the 79, moved to the 19th place now. So another spot up in the 10. Put a bit of a gap between himself and the 104 Aston Martin. Actually, I think that's the 104 Aston Martin sitting right in behind him. It does look like that car. So this might be a battle brewing for the back end of the top 20 if we're not too careful sometime soon.
Less than 8.5 hours left to go in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. A couple of cars entering the pits now, as we do see the pit timers are starting to expire, so the drivers are going to have to go into the pit lane, as we do see a little bit of a squirrely exit there of the turn for the number 391 and the car next to him. That did look like he was trying to avoid contact with that car there. A little bit of unpredictable movement, as yeah, we do see that BMW just take a dive. That's the number 96. That's going to be a yellow flag there at Pujon.
He's moved now, so
He's
there's no
moving
yellow
now,
flags
yeah.
being shown at the moment. Every time I see a car go off, I get a little bit excited at the prospect of maybe a yellow flag and a safety car, and then the car disappears and we don't get a safety car.
We can hear the safety car drivers groan from here as they put on their race suit and grab their helmet to get in the car, because they were sitting very nice and comfortable in their chairs, but now they're gonna have to bring out the safety car. However, we are lucky enough to where we don't need that yet. 5-second time penalty handed out to the number 47. That's 5 seconds. You can kind of swallow that and not have to worry about it too much. But still,
it's a small amount of aero damage in the grand scheme of things. It's not a huge penalty, as the number 19 car, speaking of huge penalties, 30-second stop go for Ipka in the 19 BMW for speeding in the pit lane. That car is sitting 23rd in this race at the moment, so they're not going to be too happy. They've got 135 seconds back to the 847 McLaren, and that's there. They're not going to be too thrilled about that down at the number 19 garage.
that is a very, very long penalty that they're gonna have to suffer, or basically suffer through. It's unfortunate, but it's all part of endurance racing. So the number 19 in P23, a stop go 30 for them, as we still keep an eye on the rest of the grid and seeing if any changes happen, or any major changes happen or start to develop before the rest of the cars start diving into the pits. Actually, yes, we do have the number 47 car. It looks to be injured at the bottom of the hill.
No.
At the bottom of turn 2. Or is this another one of those, the yellow flag bugs? It is. That is such a strange bug. So they are in the pit lane, in their pit box, but they're given a yellow flag on the screen. So that is a mistake on my part. I do apologize, but there is no yellow flag. See, yeah, they're in their pit lane. Do you see a car exiting the pits?
Strange.
That is strange. Okay, now the yellow flag has been taken off, and it shows them in the pits, exiting the pits. Yeah, that's so strange. Oh my goodness, that's another one of those kooky, crazy bugs.
Welcome to Kunos Simulations, and what appears to be.
And you get a bug.
That would be annoying.
And you get a bug. And you get a bug.
And that would be frustrating for anyone looking to make a move in Rouge, because you have yellow flags pretty much all the way through that final corner. It's technically the first corner if you think about it. That through La Source, you wouldn't be able to make a move through there. Then you wouldn't be able to really look to make a move down into Rouge and Radion. So that would have been very frustrating for anyone that was hoping to get a move pulled off through there. But this is now back to our leader, Shea O'Sullivan. He has a very comfortable lead over the 224 Aston Martin at the moment. And this is Joshua Jung back in the car for the 696 BMW team. They're sitting P15 at the moment, doing quite a nice job at the, you could say, Christian.
Doing an excellent job, if I do say so myself, Isaac. A couple of cars on the lead lap right now, I believe. The number 224. Where is the number 224? So right now we have only one car on the lead lap that is the leader. They are 377 laps. The rest of the grid well, 3 cars behind them. So P2, P3, and P4, 1 lap down. P5, P6, 2 laps down. Then we get to 7, 8, 9, and 10, 3 laps down from the leader. So we are starting to maybe see that gap starting to form between the leader and the rest of the pack. As we move over to Noah Sullivan Vasquez. Oh, it might be time for a safety car. For one of those random safety cars, right? Those random safety cars.
An entertainment factor safety car to close the field back up a bit. But I remember they had stadium super trucks, and they had a safety car at the halfway point of the race to close the field back up. Maybe we need something a bit like that just to close out leaders and put the pressure on J.O. Sullivan. He's got it very easy at the moment out in front, just lapping around with not really much to worry about in terms of the cars around him. But this is Julian Bulstree in the Stardust Insurance Team entry, the 104 Aston Martin, and he's about 14 seconds back on this car, the Daniel Castone TPDX. That's a mouthful. Try and say that 3 times fast. The 749 BMW, who is doing a brilliant job at the moment in the top 20.
None of these battles are for position. It does seem to be that all of them are settling in again, settling into the groove and into their positions quite nicely. The number 19 start still has that stop go 30, and I believe they only have 1 lap left to serve it. So hopefully they go into the pits to serve that stop go 30, because if not, it is an automatic disqualification, I believe.
Hopefully they do not avoid that for too much longer, because we do not want to see that 19 car removed from this race. Now, unfortunately, I do have to bring you the sad news, Christian, that I do have to depart the commentary box. Unfortunately, I have some other business to go and attend to, but I want to say thank you very much for allowing me to jump into the com box with you. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honour to spend the last couple hours talking all things racing and watching some incredible action. I look forward to tuning in for the rest of the stream as a viewer to see how this 24 hours unfolds.
Thank you so much for joining me in the booth, Isaac. You're more than welcome to come back. Please always just shoot me a message, or anytime you are here in the Odyssey Racing Discord, or even on Discord in general, just please shoot me a message. Always like to connect back with you again. Maybe even do this again sometime in another official capacity.
Absolutely, I'm always looking to get behind the microphone and get in the booth when I can, so we'll not say no to any opportunities to get back in the booth with you here at Odyssey Racing League.
Well, thank you very much, Isaac. Again, I believe it is 4 p.m. for you already, so it's a little bit past midday, so have a great rest of your afternoon and great rest of your day. It'll probably be very late by the time, well, late for you, early for me, by the time we finish the race here, but hopefully you won't see me descend into some sort of madness within the next 8 hours. Because I'm gonna have to drink some more Red Bull.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do the maths. It's 3 p.m. here currently. We've got about 8 hours to go. So what's that? 8 p.m. is 5 hours. About 11 p.m. our time is when the race will finish. So I'll be watching with great interest to see. Hopefully there's no dissension into madness. Definitely get a few more Red Bulls in you. I'm expecting a very thorough review of every single flavour of Red Bull by the time this 24-hour race is up. So look forward to seeing what unfolds with both on and off the track with the 8 hours left to go. But yes, thank you very much for having me.
I'll do you one even better. I'll even add Monster.
Ooh, mix it up.
Oh, that's... Oh, my heart is screaming in pain right now. That's got a lot of caffeine.
It's like, please, no.
Thank you so much again, Isaac, for joining.
Thank you, Christian. Thanks very much.
Hello, racing fans, and we are back with the Odyssey 24 hours. Excuse me, honestly, the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. 8 hours and 5 minutes left on the countdown. It is 2 in the morning right now in game time. 16 degrees Celsius, ambient temperature 16 degrees Celsius on the track. Right now in real time, in real life, it is midnight here in Central Time, so it is 1 a.m. Eastern in the US, 10 p.m. Pacific. It is 6 p.m. I believe, no, excuse me, 6 a.m. or whereabouts in Europe, and it is anywhere between 2 to 5 p.m. in Australia. So we do have multiple different time zones. We do have multiple different drivers for multiple different areas. But I did see in the chat here in the YouTube, Chad McLean, all right, who's going to be next for the box? No one answered, so he volunteered himself. Inside the broadcast booth, we have another special guest, Mr. Chad McLean. Chad, how are you?
Hey, Christian, thanks so much for having me. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing great. Chad is one of the staff here at Odyssey Racing League, wears a lot of hats, but is also a driver as well. So a quick question for you, Chad. Do you think Spa is an overrated track?
Oh, you know, I think, let's say maybe a little bit, you know, but there's a lot of tradition at this track. They've been going to this track for a very long time, so you know, it's an important track for the whole history, for a lot of different leagues. While it's a little overrated because everyone does it, it's kind of, but it's also really popular. So, you know, that's my take, I guess.
A very popular track, you are right, Chad. Almost every single type of motor sport discipline that you can think of has at least one round here at Spa-Francorchamps. It is popular and it is tough to get it down to the quickest times and to have the quickest pace. Right now, speaking of quickest pace, the number 13 Ford Mustang, Luke Addison, behind the wheel now. This is the 0 Point Racing Mustang, P2 overall, however, wearing the purple crown, and that is the crown of the fastest lap, 216.975 for them. That is blazing fast, if I do say so myself. Couple of yellow flags on the track. Hopefully not anything too crazy to trigger a safety car. We do see number 847 there right before he gets to the Kimmel Straight, so right after Radion. So I believe that's the turn that's called Kimmel. You're right before the Kimmel Straight, right? But they were there for a little bit. They seem to be rolling now. We do have the number 900 on the double left-handers there as well off the track, but it looks like they seem to be rolling and continuing on the race as well. The number 515 Aston Martin in P13, a drive-through penalty handed out to them. So that is, in all intents and purposes, that is basically a 61-second penalty. Because if I look at my chart correctly, it is about 61 seconds from the start line, or the start of the pit entrance to the exit of the pit lane. It takes about 61 to 62 seconds to get there. That is one of, if not the longest pit lanes that I believe that you have to work with here at Assetto Corsa.
We've had a crash.
We did! Oh no!
847 unfortunately lost control and re-entered the track.
Please don't let this be broadcaster's curse or commentator's curse. I did not bring this into existence. Please back me up, Chad. Help me, Chad. Help me.
No,
help me, Chad. You're my only hope.
It wasn't you. He looks like he was struggling a little bit there.
So that is an official Odyssey Racing League safety car that is being called out. So now we do have the cars that are going to have to slow down as they catch up to the as they catch up to the safety car. A code 60 is in effect. And then we will hear race control as they give direction to the drivers, letting them know when to unlap and when to stay behind the safety car. Isaac in the chat, thanks again for having me. Thank you again for joining, Isaac. You're more than welcome to join. And if anyone else would also like to join, you're more than welcome to go ahead and join into the Discord and in the green room. Just go ahead and join in there and give a message or send me a little ping or a message letting me know you're in the green room. So we have the official safety car coming out, and it is the number 1 safety car driven by our very own and beloved Richard Harknett.
Please stay at around 100 kilometers an hour. No overtaking at this time.
You know, Christian, I was chatting with Richard not too long ago, and he's been itching to get out there on the track. So, you know, it's unfortunate that that there was an incident out on track, but you know, this is good. You know, good for him at least. He's gonna be excited for this.
Do you think he's very excited to get out there because his racing suit is a rental? And it's used by the hour? Or do you think it's because I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Isaac and I were talking about it a little bit earlier, but this is the first time that Odyssey Racing League has ever put something like this in one of our endurance races, a safety car. This isn't something native that's in the game. This is us as a community trying something out, and it looks like it's working. But the thing is, as the double-edged sword goes, this takes away from racing from the rest of the cars.
Is P1, other cars may overtake the safety car.
And this does slow down the racing a little bit. The restarts are great, as we've seen now, as we've seen in the past couple of restarts. The top 10 are always less than half a second within each other. But for the time being, the drivers are starting to cool down a little bit as they're not having to stay on the knife's edge per se, as they push for pace, trying to gain more positions and ultimately win the race at the end. So as we do see it, the safety car starting to drive out onto the track.
164 may overtake the safety car on the left.
We are waiting
to it. You guys can speed up a little bit to catch up to the safety car.
For the rest of the cars to catch up to the safety car. We're gonna go to a quick little intermission as well. In case you did not know, or you're joining us for the very first time or relatively soon, we are watching the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. There is a 1,000 USD prize pool that will be handed out and distributed amongst the top 3 teams tonight, as well as 2 extra teams that are part of the finishing group will be all thrown into a raffle, and then 2 teams will be chosen, and they will also be part of that prize pool. Now, it's going to get very interesting as we get closer to the end of the race, Chad, because the longer the safety car comes out, the colder these tires and brakes are going to be for the car. So that restart is going to be a little bit more chaotic. And as well, the closer that timer gets to those zeros across the board, some of these drivers might start getting a little bit more desperate.
Car 696 may now overtake the safety
You know,
car.
absolutely. It's definitely going to bring out a lot of opportunities right at the beginning again.
Car 132 may also overtake the safety
Things
car.
start to spread out a little bit as the time goes, so this is a good opportunity for some of those guys that were
Car
a bit behind,
47
get back
may
up,
also
get back into
overtake
the pace, so make some moves. It's gonna be really exciting for all the fans, that's for sure. It's gonna be exciting for me.
Car
It's gonna be exciting for
274
everyone else,
and
because it does get a
901.
little bit stagnant.
Oh no, there's contact there on our screen. Oh, that's not going to be viewed favorably by the stewards, because they specifically know people have to be slow and cautious
Car
around the
901,
safety
please
car.
pass the safety car, as well as car 90 and 414.
Ooh,
Then car 999 is next.
I'm just seeing that now. That's not good.
Let's see if we can get a replay of that here up on the screen. This is the number 16 Ferrari coming through campus turn by the looks of it. There's a slow car in front of him, and whammo, right into the back of the Ferrari.
That's just a...
That is... Did he not see them? He just kept driving, too. That's interesting. I'm going to let the stewards decide on that and handle that. Because we can only see so much here from our angle up here in the broadcaster's booth. It is getting a little bit cold up here. So please send us some snacks. Preferably soup.
So car 7, you may speed up
No
to
more red
overtake the safety car.
right?
No. We keep those. No one said stop. We just keep adding other things.
So Ron can just push to catch up to the safety
Speaking
car.
of monster, Chad, I did see your comment
No
earlier.
overtaking though,
And you did
please
say that the
wait
white
and
monster
follow
is the
car
best.
number to overtake.
Can I make a compromise with you? Can we meet together in the middle?
Sure. What,
Car,
Mango
car 71
monster.
you can now pass, as well as car 427, and I think it's 96 next.
I think I'd rather go with like a peach monster over a mango monster.
They have peach monster? I didn't even know that.
They sure do.
Car
Yeah.
300
Which
you
one
can
is that
pass
one?
as well,
Is that
as well
oh
as
hold on, is that the
800.
one that's like
Monster
monster and
Peach.
tea?
74.
No, it's called Ultra Peachy.
Ultra. Okay, I need to look that up because I like flavors.
Car
So I mean, I'm trying to try any new
729
flavors.
you
I don't know if you
overtake.
heard me ranting about the new Red Bull ones, but I've tried them and they're great.
I did.
Car
I
Big-
heard,
big fan.
204 you may overtake.
heard you guys chat about it a little bit ago.
And car 14
What's
as
funny is
well.
I only drink this. It's only the small cans, the 6.4 liter or the 6.4 liters. Oh my goodness, dude!
6.4 liters.
That's
How
a
to
lot
have
of
a
Red
heart
Bull.
attack.
I would, dude, you'd have a heart attack even before 2. I think. Once you're down half, you're already gasping for air at that point. I'm sorry, 6.4 fluid ounces. That's how it's done
Car
here in America. I
391
think that's
you may
like
now overtake.
300 milliliters or something.
Same goes for car
That's
777
basically like
and
those
23.
thin Coke cans, basically.
Yeah, like those mini Coke cans, kind of. It's like 2 of those put together.
696,
And those are kind of the
165,
ones I drink, but I may have drank more than one, so I may be up past the 24 hours of the race.
Car 153.
Yeah, let's hope not. I do agree.
I've been going for a long time.
274. You may also
I will
overtake.
say this, Chad. It has been very exciting these past
274, you can
14
overtake
hours,
the safety
15
car.
hours. I'm so bad with math. I am so sorry. But these past couple of streams, the parts 1, the part 2, and the part 3, have been so much fun. I've been having a blast. Honestly, sometimes I don't even notice the time until I
Car
look down
901, you can
at my
pass the
phone or
safety car.
at the clock here on my computer, and I notice the time. Chad, we've been here in the background doing admin work and getting
Car
this 24-hour race
414,
ready
pass the safety car.
since around 7 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Car
And we still have 7 hours
141
to
can
go,
also
Chad.
pass the safety car.
Yep.
Actually, 8 hours. A little bit more than 7, less than 8. But that
Have to
gives us
give-
much more time for excitement and more racing.
Absolutely. I'd love to give a shout out just
Car
to
515, you can also pass the safety car on the
Really
left.
been putting in a lot of work. You know, it's not easy setting up a 24-hour race like this, especially when you're trying to coordinate things, safety cars, things like that, prize pools, etc. So honestly, big shout out to the Royal staff team. Couldn't do this without everyone, and especially yourself. You've been killing it too. So thanks so much for doing this tonight.
Do not thank me, Chad. I would like to thank all of the viewers at home that
Car
are watching,
7, you can pass the safety car.
whether you're watching live or
Car
sometime in the
69 as
future.
well, 577 and 104.
Wherever you are, whenever you are, thank you so much for joining us for the 24 hours of Spa
900
presented by
pounds.
Odyssey Racing League. Less than 8 hours to go on the clock.
427.
We are under safety car. 2:19 in the morning.
847.
So I don't think it'll get much darker than this. But the temperature might keep dropping. 16 degrees
74
Celsius. That is cold.
Car 96.
It's a beautiful night.
This seems to be
Car
like
96,
around
please
probably a
pass the
typical
safety car.
night in Canada, right? 16C.
I wish.
Is it
Car
much colder
749 may
in your
also
part
pass a safety car.
of where you live in Canada?
No, where we are.
Car
Well, okay, so right now where I am,
204
it's
will
14
pass a safety
degrees, so
car.
it is pretty cool.
Ah, 14 is
for
colder than
early
16.
June. It is.
My maths ain't that bad.
Now, mind you, there's been the fires going on
Car 391 can pass a safety car.
west from us.
I actually
So-
didn't know about that.
Yeah,
And
so we
car
have massive
777
fires going
can also
on right
pass a
now.
safety car.
and
To the
there's
west,
state of-
okay.
Yeah, state of emergency has been put out, and all that smoke has made its way into Ontario and other parts of America. And it's gotten so bad that Toronto, in Ontario, had one of the worst air quality index ratings in the world, basically. So it's gotten really bad. Where I'm from, it was pretty bad, not as bad as Toronto, but hasn't been good. And that's just a reminder. 2 years ago, similar kind of scenario. We had millions of acres burning, and it's happening once again.
So car 300, 14, and 23 may now also unmap themselves.
I'm very sorry to hear that. That is not something that makes you feel safe. However,
Car
I am very glad to
696
hear that
can
you
unmap
are
yourself.
safe.
Yep, no,
Car
things are good.
19,
Good where I am,
165,
at least.
and 148. Car
everyone's okay,
153.
as best they can be. Must be. Never experienced that myself.
Car
so,
901,
I can't even imagine how scary.
Car
that is,
71.
for sure.
141.
But the reason why I bring it up was just
Car
because that has affected our
274, you can
temperatures.
unmap
We've
yourself.
actually noticed that the temperature has come down because the sun hasn't been able to get through.
Car
So it's blocked out the
515.
sun. So yeah, okay, it's 1:30 in the morning now, but that overall temperature the last couple days has come down more than usual. It is.
Okay, the safety car will now remove the pit limiter and will keep the pace up until the end of Sector 2, and at the end of Sector 2 it will come back into the pit lane.
So we hear that the safety car is in this lap. Going to be
Please keep up
keeping
with the
pace
safety car for now, up until it starts going
until
at
Sector 2.
Sector 2.
And then at the end of Sector 2, it will make its way back into the pit lane. Oh, almost contact happening. Oh, a big checkup. Able to avoid it by the looks of it.
Okay, the safety car is now on its way to the pit lane. Please stay in single file and do not pass each other.
I'm sure
Car
the
13
instructions
is now
from race
controlling
control.
the field, and he will be able to start whenever he likes between the bus stop and the starting line.
It's really exciting.
We are now coming to the restart here for the Odyssey. 24 hours of Spa. 7 hours, 46
Also,
minutes
when
left
coming up to
on the
back
time.
of the safety
on
car,
the timer.
Please watch out and slow down in time. I do not want to see guys running into the rear of the pack.
As we see the number 13 in control of the race now. They will be in control and allowed to go after the bus stop and before the start finish line. They are allowed to choose when they can go full speed. Some drivers elect to go a little bit earlier, some drivers elect to go a little bit later. It just all depends on the strategy. As we see the number 13 take off. And that is the restart and the green flag to signal the restart here at Odyssey Racing League. 24 hours of Spa. Everybody's going to be bunching up coming out of La Source now. A good run for that white Aston Martin. They're driven by Christian Rainieri. That's the number 47 Aston Martin for Sky Sim Sport. A heck of a run for the Sky Sim Sport team as they come up the hill on the back bumper of that Ford Mustang, trying to make a move along now. A V8 versus V8. Who wants it more? Ford versus Aston coming now side by side into turn 5, 6, and 7, known as Le Combs. It does look like the 47 is going to be closing the door on that Ford Mustang and not allow them to pass. Moving down a little bit, Stefano Bosignore in the 999 AMG, the only AMG on the track. P6 breathing down the neck of the Ford Mustang, trying to make a move along the inside, had enough space, little bit of door contact and elbows being thrown out. However, the 999 moving up into P5 now, feeling pretty good about themselves up in the top 5. It did look like the 999 did have enough, was enough alongside going through that turn there to have been granted space. Now coming out of the exit, the 999 may have tried to take a little bit more track space than they should have. However, I'm going to leave that up to the stewards because they have way better visual than I do here in the commentator's booth. I can only see so much. My vision is only so good. Nice little group here. This is the battle for P7. Chandler Williams in the number 300 Aston Martin P7. Chris Yanzemis. I'm so sorry, Chris. I keep mispronouncing your last name. Please let me know in the chat or in the Discord how terrible I am. In P9, the number 23 Lamborghini. That's driven by Evgeny. The Lamborghini, one of my favorite cars, as we've been talking about earlier. As Isaac also pointed out, it was his favorite car. And we love to see that car on the track. Oh, 3 wide going through the bus stop, and a mistake made by the number 300 gave the number 14 enough room to try to make a move along the outside. However, the number 23 Lamborghini saw enough space and said, hey, you know what? That looks like the perfect amount of space for a Lamborghini. So I'm going to stick it right in there into that spot, making it 3 wide through the bus stop, making all 3 of those drivers rethink about how they're going to go through there. And so they had to re-slot back into the way they came in. That was such an interesting sequence of corners there. So many battles happening on the trees. Stefano on the back bumper of the all-white Aston Martin there, driven by Christian. Fighting for the lead now, Noah Sullivan, Vasquez, Rodriguez, the number 224, Aston Martin for Simotech Automation, using the safety car restart to their advantage, trying to use the Go-Go Gadget extendo arm on the back bumper of the number 13 Ford Mustang, trying to stay as close as possible. However, Noah Sullivan has to pay just as much attention behind him as he does in front of him, because Mirko Florentini in the number 164 Aston Martin also keeping an eye on the battles in front of him, and is hoping to get into the fray himself and put his name and his team in contention for the win. Not too off from Mirko, the number 164 in P4, the number 47, that's Christian. 2 seconds behind them, but not too far off Christian, less than half a second behind him. That's the 999 AMG driven by Stefano Bosignore to round off the top 5 after the restart here. This is the fight for the V8s in the top 5. All 3 different manufacturers with V8s under the hood. All 3 of them front engine as well. So interesting to see 3 different V8 setups come together and fight for that top podium step. Luke Addison trying to use the Ford Mustang to his advantage, doing very well, if I do say so myself. The number 224 still behind the number 13 Ford Mustang, keeping them on edge. Oh, camera person. That's not there. Oh, there it is. These camera guys, they always try to trick me and make me double think and double take. Come on, guys. Can't be doing that. It is 2:32 a.m. in sim time. 16 degrees Celsius. Ambient temperature 16 degrees Celsius on the track. I don't think it's going to be getting any colder than this. I'm going to see if I can get some more information on the weather, of the upcoming weather. But it does look to be clear skies and consistent temperature until the sun comes out and it starts warming up the track a little bit. Seven hours, 37 minutes left, which means we have been going around Spa-Francorchamps for 16 hours and 23 minutes already. If you would like to know how many laps that is, Luke Addison, your leader, the number 13 Ford Mustang. 392 laps around Spa-Francorchamps so far. On the back bumper, the Aston Martin of the Simotech Aston Martin, trying to make a move alongside, side by side, door to door. Can he make the undercut happen there? Unfortunately, a little bit of door banging and miscalculation by a couple of cars ends up going to where Luke Addison is still in the lead. But it is so close behind these cars. They're so close to each other. You can almost look at the driver inside and actually see how many fingers he's holding up and being able to count it correctly. That's how close these drivers are getting to each other.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I've been following on the side here. Chandler Williams looks like he's falling back a little bit.
Oh, a great run here on our screen chat. Sorry to interrupt you there, but this is for the lead. The number 224, Aston Martin alongside the Ford Mustang. Is he giving enough room? It did look like he might have been pushed off there. And that's going to be some tough elbows being thrown out between the number 224 and the number 13. This fight's still going on. Doesn't look like it's going to be stopping anytime soon. Mirko in the number 164 has smelled the blood in the water, and he has joined in the fight. As we also see the two cars behind him also fighting for each other. So if they are able to catch up, it's going to be a 5-way fight for the lead on our screens, Chad. With 7 hours and 35 minutes to go, it's still getting exciting here.
Absolutely. And they are not giving up. They are just on them the entire time. They are not giving them any chance. Any mistake they're going to capitalize on. It's going to be absolutely unreal. I'm so excited. I want to see what's happening. I'm too dialed in.
Speaking of dialed in, as a driver, you get into that flow state where you're driving and you just get dialed in, as you do say. And we can see that these drivers are dialed in, especially the top 5. Luke Addison in that Ford Mustang, still with the fastest time on the track, and might be losing the lead though to the Ford Mustang, going super deep, and that does look like a push off, and that might have been the 224 being pushed off there, and they're going to be losing 2 spots instead of 1 potentially. So now the 224 is having to lose that spot to the number 164, who again is taking good advantage of the situation that unfolded behind him. However, that little spat between the top 3 drivers has allowed P4 and P5 to catch right up, and they are less than a second. There's less than a second between all 5 of these cars here.
You know, sometimes that's all you have to do. You just have to watch the people right in front of you and capitalize on those mistakes right there. It reminds me of Formula 1 series, George Russell. George, you know, may not always be up on the podium, up at the front racing, but he's always there waiting and watching for you to make a mistake. You're battling up front, then all of a sudden that mistake happens and he's right there. And that's exactly what these guys are doing. They're waiting, they're biding their time. They allow the people ahead of them to fight so they can capitalize on those mistakes. And you know what? You get those places, and it's important.
That is a separate strategy that you are talking about there, Chad. And we were talking about separate strategies that some of these cars are employing here at the Spa 24 Hours presented by Odyssey Racing League. Yeah, so that is one of the ways that drivers can do that. Something that one of the drivers is trying to do on our screen now is trying to get up into the pole position. Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez still on that back bumper of that Ford Mustang, not giving him any breathing room, applying as much pressure as they can. It looks like the number 13 slowed down a little bit, so that might give the 224 enough slipstream there coming out of the double right-hander that is turns 14 and 15. Now coming into Blanchimont, who wants it more. Does look like the Ford Mustang along the inside, taking the defensive line, putting their car right in front of the Aston Martin, except the Aston Martin gets a lot better slipstream. They're going to have to elect, or they're going to have to choose either inside or outside, and they elect to go along the outside, the Ford Mustang giving the space. However, the number 224 making the move, stick around the outside through the bus stop, now in the lead. The number 224, driven by Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez for Simotech Automation, making that move stick right there at the bus stop. However, that move is allowing other moves to happen right there in the back for P4 and P5. The AMG, driven by Bosignore, and the Aston Martin of Ranieri is still fighting it out as they go side by side down the hill. And we do see the leaders kind of calm down a little bit, but they're going to keep fighting as soon as they get to the top of the hill, because this is where the cars are settled the most and where the V8s shine brightly.
I got to hand it to Vasquez and Addison. That was honestly a beautiful move right there. You know, mistakes were made in the last lap around, but that was beautiful. Absolutely amazing battling between these top guys here. I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen a little bit further behind with 99947. We've got 5 in a row right now. That's just unreal. No one's getting any break here. You know, they've been racing for a very long time now, so I can just imagine
16 and a half hours by my calculation.
Yeah, absolutely unreal. So I can only imagine the fatigue is going to start setting in, and yeah, okay, they are swapping out with other drivers here, but doesn't mean that this isn't tiring. So for them to keep up that concentration, it just goes to show the skill level of these guys up ahead, and it was exciting.
Right, you are, Chad. Speaking of skill level, 4 of the top 5 drivers right now on our screen, their fastest times are in the 217s. 2 of those drivers almost dipping their toes into the 216s. So they are relatively quick, and that race pace does let us know that they are very familiar here with Spa-Francorchamps. So it is more a test of endurance and consistency that these drivers are going to be put through for the next 7.5 hours as we continue on with the last portion of our race. I believe we're going to only have one more restart, and then we will have the final part 5, being streamed to you live here on YouTube on the Odyssey Racing League YouTube channel. You can find us on youtube.com/Odyssey Racing League. Follow us on there, hit that notification bell, hit that subscribe button so you know when we go live for part 5 and for any of our future races. We'd love to have you there. On the Kimmel Straight, the number 164 Aston Martin trying to pull a fakie on the car in front of them. Excuse me, the 164 is the one in front. I was speaking of the number 47, who is the white Aston Martin, was trying to make a move along the inside, either stick their nose in there to make the other Aston Martin guess that they were going to go in there, or actually fake that move, and then at the last second, when the car in front least expects it, throw that behind in there and make sure and see if it sticks. You are watching the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. There is a $1,000 USD prize pool for the top 3 teams that finish the race. It will be split amongst the top 3, and 2 extra teams will be pulled out of a drawing. Out of all of the teams that finish tonight that are not part of the top 3 will also be entered into a drawing, and I believe 2 of those teams will be picked out to also share a piece of that prize pool. Getting back to the action on our screen, the top 5 has not gone without action since this last restart. The number 224 in the lead, that is Noah Sullivan Vasquez Rodriguez for Simotech Automation. In P2, Luke Addison for 0 Point Racing, that's number 13 Ford Mustang, taking a 10-second time penalty to the dome, and that is going to be very, very painful to him, because the number 164 Aston Martin and the number 999 AMG are less than a second apiece behind the number 164, so that is going to be 2 spots lost there in the pit. And actually, honestly, that may be different depending on the official pit strategy that these cars are on. The number 14 third might have liked to take a different kind of strategy now that they are working with a time deficit in that penalty. The number 153 handed a drive-through penalty for ignoring the driver's stint time, and that is going to be very, very painful. Way more painful than the 10 seconds. Of course, the longer the race, the less the penalties really matter. And this is a 24-hour race, which is arguably the longest race that you could do as a team. However, the closer we also get to those zeros across the board on that timer there, that pain is going to just start piling up the more penalties that you get. Miracle Florentini in the number 164 Aston Martin, trying to keep up with Luke Addison there and make sure that those 10 seconds that he has are gonna sting even more as they stay on their back bumper. Joel Eliminator in the chat, did y'all survive the night? My night, I mean, he says. Yeah, we did. It was a pretty good, super eventful night, or in this case, your night, as we do see Miracle Florentini going into the pits. I think he heard me, and he decided to undercut, potentially, Luke Addison in the number 13. So that is Bonsignore moving up. 999 AMG now on the final step of that podium. Feeling pretty good about themselves, I might add. I might think. I don't know if I answered your question, Joel, but yes, it was a very eventful night. We just survived. It was great. There was funnel cake and corn dogs. I stole food from the drivers in the pit lane. They got mad at me. I had to run away. A fire extinguisher randomly went off. You can't see me shrug my shoulders, but I'm shrugging them really hard. It just magically went off. I don't know. I escaped. I'm back in the booth now. They can't prove it was me either. No one tell them. Don't tell them, Chad. It wasn't me.
That would just incriminate myself. I wouldn't tell them anything.
You ain't even gotta tell him. Don't tell him. Don't tell him, Chad. You ain't gotta tell him.
It really is a shame for number 13 car getting that 10-second penalty. That really hurts. Now, it is 2 separate penalties. I had a chance to look through the steering records, and if you recall, before you went off air for a little bit there, when the battle was happening right up front and the car was pushed off.
Yes, into the bus stop. Yes, I do remember.
Yeah. That's where one of those penalties came from, unfortunately. So just goes to show that even though they're pushing hard, it comes at a cost sometimes. And with everyone being so close up at the front, any penalty is absolutely devastating. It really puts you back there, and it changes how you kind of approach the next stage within the race. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach that and how they can kind of come back from those penalties.
Luke Addison now into the pits, joining the pit lane party. Number 13 car still with the purple crown of the fastest lap, 2:17.785 for them. Now in the pit lane, and that is going to be the number 13, unfortunately falling out of the top 5, but that is everybody's favorite Lamborghini, and by everybody as I mean my favorite Lamborghini in the top 5, Evgeny Gamov for Speed Stars, now in the top 5. Moving down a little bit further, but not too far down, Nicolas Menendez, the number 515 Aston Martin for Noobs R Us. P13 overall for them. There are a couple of other Noobs R Us cars on the track, as well as one of the sister teams of Noobs R Us, the Baller Squad Racing dudes in the Aston Martin. I believe they are P7 right now. That's the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin. P7 for them. Right now, Timothy Flamger behind the wheel. But right now on our screens, Nicolas Menendez with a really great run coming out of Radion and now through the Kimmel straight on the inside. Says no on the outside. Now gets side by side with the number 71, who is trying to make them work for every centimeter that they are trying to grab. The number 71 driven right now by Brudera Rares Carlo. The number 71 BMW to be exact, in P12. Almost contact between both of them, as we did see like some sort of weird magnet effect almost trying to put those back two tires together. Oddly enough, I don't know if that's where the magnets are supposed to be placed. Usually you place them on the front and the back of the car, but putting them there on the back tire doesn't seem like a smart move.
Mistake has been made in that battle right there, so he's definitely capitalized on that. Menendez, he's now up ahead.
He did. He was able to make that overtake, and Rares Carlos now being attacked by Thiago Dinarte, who smelled the blood in the water and decided, hey, you know what, I also would like to take a chunk out of this. Thiago moving up into P13. This is the number 300 Aston Martin for Please Brake Turn 1. The Brazilian driver behind the wheel. Oh, a great move being made into campus. Chris in the number 14 Lexus for 0 Point Racing, moving up into P3. That's the number 131 Ford Mustang driven by Mirtaj. Trying to keep up. But a battle between the V8s here. It does look like the Lexus is able to power out a little bit ahead.
Almost like he's in a completely different league. He's just carrying so much.
I know, he is so much faster. It may be because it's starting to get close to the time for the number 132 to pit. I believe I'm going to check. Let's check our spotter's guide really quick. And I believe it will let me know when they did their last pit stop. This is the number 132 that we are looking at, correct? It's number 132 versus the number 14. They actually pit around the same time, so yeah. I guess it was just the number 132 getting a squirrely exit there, not able to capitalize. Maybe incorrect pressure, tire pressures, but yeah, that Lexus just looked like it was maybe like, it looked like it was a GT2 Lexus, and that doesn't even exist technically. But it was just so much faster on the straight.
I kind of wish it did exist though, because let's talk about the Lexus here. Lexus sounds absolutely unreal, and it is a great fun car to drive. And watching someone just masterfully just throw this car around the corners is just a sight to see. Absolutely love this car. Now imagine it as a GT2. Oh, that would be incredible.
Now, Chad, speaking about the Lexus, there are rumors, and it seems to be that these rumors are going to be pretty true, that the updated Lexus, and by the updated Lexus, I mean the new chassis and the new, the new platform that Lexus will be using, is looking to be ready to debut next year in 2026, if not 2027. So we may be seeing a new Lexus join the grid at IMSA and potentially WEC. And that makes me very excited because the Lexus platform that is out now is the RCF, if I remember correctly. And that car, the last update that Lexus made to it was 2016. So right now, even in real life, the cars that are being updated or that are being raced around, their last major overhaul was 2016. So it is due for at least an Evo upgrade, and if not, a brand new platform or chassis.
Absolutely. I did see they did some testing on the car not too long ago when I saw it. And it had a really crazy livery on it. So you don't really get a true sense of all the body shape and everything like that, but it is looking pretty sweet, I must say. And I think it's going to be called the Lexus LFR. I think that's what the next one is going to be called. And yeah, it looks like 2026 from what I'm seeing here.
I am so excited for that. It is a long boy, if I've ever seen one. It looks like the AMG to me, a very long front end, which seems to I'm gonna start from the beginning because I'm getting so excited. It seems to me that they're gonna stick with the V8 engine size and bring out another front engine monster, which is highly welcome on the grid. I don't know if you know this, Chad, but I do have a soft spot for the front engine cars, even though one of my favorite cars is the Lamborghini.
I mean, how could you not have a soft spot for it, you know? It's so easy to throw around a mid-engine car, but those front engines, mwah, beautiful. But yeah, I'm looking at it, it is very long in the front. That's it. Wow, it looks like a beautiful car. It looks a little funky from some angles.
It might be because of also that special livery that you were talking about, but yeah, that is a long car. Speaking of a long, down at the end of the long straight, Nicolas Menendez, the number 515 Aston Martin for Noobs Are Us, on the back bumper of Thiago Dinarte. This is the number 300 Aston Martin. This is for P11. More battles happening though. Mirko Florentini trying to create some Aston Martin on Aston Martin violence. This is the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin, and I believe that is being driven by Timothy Flamger right now. That's the 274 on our timing screen. That's P6 for them, P7 for Florentini. And your race leader, who entered the pits and is now out, excuse me. The number 13 Ford Mustang still with that fastest lap crown. 217.227 for Shea O'Sullivan in the number 13 Ford Mustang in P8. They still have their teammate, though, in P3. That's the number 14 Lexus and the 13 Ford in one team, or sister teams. So as long as one of them gets on the podium, I think that's a complete victory for that team there. Yeah, honestly, even just finishing a 24-hour race, even if you're dead last, is still a win in my book because you made it to the end. 24 hours. That's 1,440 minutes if my math serves me correct. That is a lot of time and dedication.
Yeah, absolutely. And the turnout for this race has been incredible.
Not only speaking about the turnout on the grid, but the turnout here in the chat and here on YouTube. If you are watching live, whether you are watching live or watching from the future in the comfiness of your bed and or couch, or maybe even at work, thank you so much for joining in and tuning in to the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. Less than 7 hours to go. It is 3 a.m. in-game time. 17 degrees Celsius, so it's starting to warm up a little bit. I believe the sun sets a little bit earlier than normal here, so we may be looking at around a 5:30 a.m. to 6 a.m. sunrise. Excuse me, sunrise, not sunset. It does the sun does set later here at Spa. I believe the sun started going down around 9 to 10 p.m. and it didn't get dark until a little bit later than that. But at that time, we did see all of the drivers start changing up their strategy a little bit as the night started to fall. One of those drivers changing up their strategy a bit, Evgeny Gamov, number 23 Lamborghini for Speedstars, in P15 right now. I believe we were having technical difficulties, but I wanted to continue that statement. So again, thank you very much to all of the drivers that have made it through thus far. Less than 7 hours to go. But even if you were only around for the beginning, maybe even 1 lap, maybe 2 laps, maybe 10 laps, thank you so much for joining us on the grid. As a reminder, if you are one of the teams or one of the team principals from tonight and you were part of this race, Odyssey Racing League has decided after hearing the concerns from some of the teams today due to the ongoing bugs here at the Spa 24-hour race, due to technical difficulties and entry list errors, we are going to be giving all the teams that have signed up today, if they sign up under the same name for our next paid endurance event, they will be given a 50% discount. The only stipulation to claim that 50% discount is that they must sign up with the same team name in the next event as they did with this event, and they will be receiving a 50% discount. Heinrichsen, I'm still here. Been here for IDK like 400 plus laps. Thank you for joining us. 400 plus laps is a lot. Speaking of 400 plus laps, the leader, 411 laps through the bus stop. That's a lot of laps. I think I would have hurt myself in confusion at that point already.
You saying that just makes me think of the old days when I used to play Pokemon. And I started.
It's not too late.
Like,
You can still play today. I believe there's a new Switch that came out recently. The Switch 2. Did they announce any Pokemon games for that? I haven't played Pokemon in a while either. And it kind of makes me sad because I really loved them growing up.
So
But
they're re-releasing some of the games with like a 60 hertz remaster, essentially, with better
the 60 hertz refresh rate
like,
and
yeah,
the frame rate and the better
bug fixes and stuff like that.
Oh,
'Cause
no,
when
I
they-
can't find missing no then. What is this?
I think
Where's my
that's a
Mew? My
little-
Mew! My Mew!
Missing nose a little bit old. That's the 90s talking.
Leave
right
me
there
alone.
for
Stop. Stop. Don't remind me. Gold and silver were the
yeah.
best Pokemon. Don't at me. I will fight
Hands down.
anyone.
you. So good. But also Emerald, Sapphire, Ruby, Red. Oh, I
Yeah,
love Yellow.
those were all really good.
So good.
I think I'm gonna sit down. One of these days, I think I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna get every Pokemon game and just play them. Well, I'm gonna try to get every Pokemon game, right? Because I think the earlier ones, if you don't already own a copy, they're like... they might be break the bank expensive if you try to get it like a new copy. So
Yeah.
I may have to emulate it. I mean, no, actually, no, you didn't hear that. Nintendo, you did not hear that at all. I did not say that. Please do not come after us. I may have to borrow them from a friend.
So here's the thing, you can still emulate it if you have a legal copy. 'Cause you gotta remember, those original cartridges used to have a battery inside of them. It's been so long now, the batteries have died. So all the save files and everything that were on there, if they weren't backed up, then they are gone. So people are dumping the games basically onto a computer so that they can recover their old game saves, old Pokemon, all that history and everything that was important to them at that time. But that was a big part of of our lives back in
I think
late
it.
90s, early 2000s.
You're not wrong, but I think it also boils down to the ethics of emulation. Is like there's so many arguments for and against, and it's like some of these games like Pokemon Red, Pokemon Yellow, Ruby, Sapphire, all of the games like within the first 4 or 5 generations, you can't find them anymore. You can't find copies anymore. If you do, they're on eBay selling for an exuberant price. They may be fake games because that went around for a while as well in like the middle 2000s. They were sorry, not the middle 2000s, the middle 2010s and the early 2020s. There were a lot of fake game cartridges going around because the games were so popular. They were getting really expensive.
Absolutely, but you raise a good point about the ethics, but there is big efforts to archive these kind of games because it's important to the history of the genre.
Agreed.
It's just so on one hand, sure, you want it to be as original and authentic as possible, but these things wear out, right? They are physical
Copies, they do,
cartridges, right?
Batteries,
Yeah, so
circuit boards, plastic.
Exactly. Yeah, everything, right? So yeah, okay. If you do things right, I think it is okay, right? Obviously, you're gonna have the odd person that's gonna view that a little bit different, and they're gonna not have their own copy. But it's a small group of people, and again, it just adds those people that do that. They're still enjoying what we enjoy. They're enjoying the piece of history, and it encourages them to try out things, right? Try out new games. Now, I remember 100 years ago, I think that the last main Pokemon Pokemon game that I did was Pokemon Black. So when they started transitioning to like the 3D style,
Yes.
it was not really for me. But a couple years ago when I got my Switch, I did try the what was it? It was like their first
Sword and
open
Shield?
world one. No, it was like a full open world style.
They recently came out with it was like the Pokemon, and then it was the name of that Pokemon. Then before that, it was Sword and Shield, and then it was
Legends
Le-
Arceus.
that's the new one that came out, or relatively new. I think it was
Yeah,
like
so that was
2 years ago.
2022 is when it
Yeah.
came out.
3 years ago or so. Yeah.
And that was cool. That was like really. It was their first real attempt at something like that. And it was a good first attempt. It was buggy, but a lot of new people have now seen like, wow, this is the world of Pokemon, and they all want to go back and see kind of like where the roots were, and that's where emulation now becomes important, because those games are just no longer portable, right? Because they've physically worn out, they've been broken, or many other reasons, right? So it gets a little bit dodgy on exactly what the best thing to say here is for them, but there is that interest. I think it would be really interesting if Nintendo was to re-release, well, I guess on their store, actually, you can play the old games, which is really cool. They've digitized it.
Yes, so I
You
do
have to
know.
emulate it.
I've seen that they do have a couple of things, but not all of the titles. There are some gamers out there that do enjoy the occasional obscure title, non-first party, so like third-party title that released on the like, for instance, like the Nintendo GameCube, which is arguably one of the greatest systems to ever be released. There were a decent amount of third-party games on there that were excellent compared to some of the first-party ones. So would Nintendo be allowed to re-release them? Would they have to just wait? Is that media is it lost media? Is it just lost into the ether to never be recovered? And so that is a little bit about some of the ethics that, yeah, we could talk about more about that, but we can save that for a separate conversation. But speaking about the ethics as well, it also gives the ability for people and for gamers to not only see where they're from, but also give them a little bit of a spark or encouragement to maybe make something new for the future. I don't know if you've heard of the game Pal World, but it was apparently very similar to Pokemon. The people who created it were inspired by it, and it was very popular until Nintendo decided to do what Nintendo does and told them, no, you need to stop. And I think the courts agreed with them, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was a lot of similarities.
Too many, maybe? Some might say.
I think it definitely crossed the line in a couple of cases where you would look at someone's Pokemon and be like, I'm pretty sure you just ripped that from the other game.
I like how you called it Pokemon too, so we know that, like, oh yeah, it's straight from Pokemon. It's not even a Pal World or do they have a name in Pal World? Were they called Pals, I'm assuming?
They were called Pals.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, yeah, and you know what? I actually really like the game. All the controversy and everything that came from Nintendo, like, for a while, Nintendo didn't say too much. They were pretty quiet for a while there. And then it got to a point where, they were kind of forced into having to pursue legal action against the creators of Power World. But for a while, they didn't say too much. Most of the components of Power World, you could argue, they're in the likeness of Pokemon in the game. So not exact copies that we've seen in some other games where they've literally ripped pictures and everything like that. But I haven't followed the game too much in the last year or so, so I don't know what's come of that. But the game was unique, and honestly, I could see even Pokemon and Nintendo taking some inspiration from that game.
I'm
Maybe
curious
not.
to see what what Pokemon and Nintendo will come out next. Anytime a new game comes out, there's always a small little iteration on the formula of Pokemon that makes it just new enough and just fresh enough to bring in the same people, and sometimes even bring in new faces. I'm always curious to see what they're gonna do next. Pokemon is so fascinating because there's just so much customization. There's so many things you can do. There's so many different options that you have.
Absolutely.
And they're cute.
Some might even say that there's too much. You do have a like power creep kind of thing going on here with like mega evolutions and all these crazy things now where, you know, some of us 90s kids.
Is that
were
the one where
used
they're
to-
like 30 stories tall?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen those. It's like a giant Pikachu and it's like a big, it's like 30 stories
Yeah.
tall. It's like, how do you beat that thing?
Well, I mean, you can have your own guys that have the same sort of evolution. Now, I don't know if all of them have that evolution, but that's that kind of power creep coming in. Where at least us 90 kids aren't used to, you know, single evolution, right? But if you follow the show and you follow on everything there, it's not even just mega evolutions. There's more to it than that. I don't even know. It gets pretty crazy.
Do you remember when dual battles was introduced? So 2-on-2s?
Oh, that was
That
was
blew my
insane.
mind. And now
That
they're
was
doing
in
like
Sapphire
that
Ruby,
plus
right?
it was either I believe, yes, it was Sapphire Ruby. And if not, they may have had a little bit of that in Silver and Gold. I may be thinking of Heart Silver and
I think you're thinking of Heart
what is it?
Silver.
It's Heart Silver and not Rose Gold, is it? What is it? There's something gold. I think it's
Soul Silver.
Soul Silver. I don't know why it's Soul Silver and Heart Gold. I don't know why I say that, because Ho-Oh is one of my favorite Pokemon. That guy is cool.
Oh, it was pretty good. Yeah, that was crazy. Like, it just changed everything. Can you do more than that now? Can you do more than 2?
There's like dual battles, and then there's like the Gigantamax, Gigamax, Megamax, whatever they call it. There's like they hold on to items, and so now you have like strategies depending on like the items that the Pokemon hold. There was like a whole rabbit hole I went down when I was getting more into like trading card games, because I kind of got it because I remember that Pokemon had one and people were like trading Pokemon cards and like collecting them, and I was like, you kind of see that with Magic the Gathering, right? But you do see people play those cards more than, even if they collect them, they also play a lot. But the people that I see collecting Pokemon cards only collect them. So it's like, is the game worth it? Is it still fun? Do people still play it? I never got to the end. It was just a bunch of video of people opening up Pokemon cards. That's all I could find. And it was they went online more now. So it's more like they sit in front of each other with like Nintendo Switches, and then they fight like the 2v2 battles that way.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
the 6v6, or you have 6 Pokemon and then you choose 4, and then you use those 4. That's how it is now.
There was definitely a time where people were so cards, but that definitely has kind of died out. And Magic the Gathering, even though it was always popular, has has become absolutely huge in the car playing space. So much so that you've seen drop out of UPO and other similar games like that. And even Magic just
Yeah.
it's either Magic or it's gonna be like Dungeons and
I mean, they were made by the same company. In case you didn't know there, racing fans, Wizards of the Coast, the creators of Dungeons and Dragons, are also the creators of Magic the Gathering. So the world of nerds intertwines itself ever further. As we're still on the screen, we do see the number 164 on the back bumper of the number 47. Number 47 driven by Christian. Number 164 driven by Mirko. And we do seem to see a gap now forming between the cars in the top 5. A couple of second gaps between P5 and P4. Less than a second between 3 and 2. A couple of seconds as well between 4 and 3. Oh, that's number 47 being turned around.
Oh no.
And is going to be rejoining the track. Is that a safe rejoin? It is by the looks of it. However, side by side now, the number 13 and the number 164 go. The number 13 moves up a spot. Mirko is going to be losing a spot. Christian not going to be too happy about that by the looks of it. The number 164 along the inside of the turn. And that is the 999 losing out that spot though.
Yeah, that was painful to watch.
That was very painful. I felt that from here.
It's crazy to see that after all this time, they are still so close at the front. There is that gap between second and third. Sorry, first and second. But they have been on each other this whole time. The last 25 minutes at least.
P5, P4, and P3 all within a second of each other. So that, if you blink at the wrong time in P3, you're going to be kicked out of the podium and down into P5. Because both those cars are waiting for you to make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're also not doing some blue flags right now, which is just adding that extra depth of challenge right there.
It is.
You time it just right, and you can absolutely make a gap and break that toe. But they're getting very close to each other. They are right on each other's bumpers. Unreal.
Hello, Joel. Welcome back. Anything interesting happening? Well, right now on our screen, the number 165 is in 24th place. However, there is a battle brewing in the top 5 as we do see a car being thrown into the wall like a spent credit card just being thrown off. I believe the words that we are looking for is ejectocito, cuz that was a hard throw into the wall there.
Can we get a replay on that?
Let's definitely see if we can get a replay on that. I believe that was the number 300, right? Yes, that was. Number 300 coming through Blanchemont, but unfortunately a little bit of an accident. I don't see anything happening. That might be the wrong car. And oh yeah, this was the wrong accident. A little tippy tap there at the exit of the bus stop. So let me see if I can get a better replay of this. And I unfortunately do not have it. So that makes me sad. But yeah, Joel, that was a pretty interesting thing that happened there on the screen to answer your question. Right back to the screen as well. The number 164 driven by Mirko Florentini for MR Riparto coaching P5 for them. I didn't get to see who that car thrown into the wall was.
I'm gonna see if I can.
But hopefully they're okay. Just put a little bit of duct tape on that. Duct tape fixes everything. It'll be good to go. Have you seen that GIF of, I believe it's a Mercedes, and it has like a busted front end, and they're just throwing a bunch of speed tape on it like crazy, or what they call speed tape, right? But it's like the front end is just completely covered in what looks to be like gaffing tape or some sort of tape. I don't know if there's an actual thing called speed tape or if that's just a meme, but it looked like aerodynamics was not even a word that they knew because that thing looks so bulky in the front. Joel Eliminator in the chat. Low-key Orel should host a 24-hour race where everyone has to drive in reverse. Oh, that would be so difficult, but so much fun. Now, what would be the hardest track to drive in reverse? Of course, the obvious answer would be Nordschleife, right? Because it's so long and you're just gonna forget the track. But what would be arguably the hardest track? Would you like to hear my answer, chat?
Absolutely.
This may come as a shock to you, but I think Valencia would be the toughest backwards.
I could see that. Valencia is very technical as it is. I could see a couple portions of it, especially right in the beginning and the end, where there would be a lot of challenges, a lot of washout from
I call Valencia the racing parking lot because to me it just looks like a giant parking lot. It's kind of difficult to see where the turns are in some of the areas, especially at night. Joel Eliminator saying in the chat, never driven Valencia. You, my friend, are blessed. Do not go on that track. It is terrible. I am not a fan. Anything, all views by the broadcasters and commentators are not explicitly the same views as Odyssey Racing League, so please take everything we say here with a grain of salt. However, me personally, I'm not a fan of Valencia.
Okay, so I was able to find out what happened here. So it looks like the contact was between a blue flag, number 427 and number 164. So he had come through right before the straight there and hit from behind and then just ejected right into the wall. Taking some pretty serious damage. So we'll have to see what the stewards say with that.
I guess it... Stefano Bosignore. The 999 AMG in P4 was less than half a second in front of the number 164, but now gaining a little bit of distance between them and the number 164. Also trying to catch up to the number 47 in front of them. And then the 47, and then the cushion between the cars starts to get a little bit bigger as we get closer to the leader. Joel Eliminator, I'm gonna go now, and I don't have time to be back before bed, but good night. Good night, Joel. Thank you for tuning in. Speaking of tuning in, you are tuning in to the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. There is a 1,000 USD prize pool to be split amongst the top 3 drivers, so first, second, and third, as well as 2 randomly selected cars. They're going to be all the cars that finish the race tonight, excluding the 3 winners, are going to be thrown into a raffle, and 2 of those 2 cars are going to be pulled, and they will also win a portion of that prize. Oh, that got me a little dizzy there. That was interesting camera work. But still staying on the 999. Some blue flags for the traffic are being shown. So they're going to have to give space and make way for the faster traffic, or the overlapped traffic behind them. Yeah, you're right. Relatively clean coming out of there. Bunch of cars bunched up together. Oh, speaking of clean, we might have been speaking too soon. However, going through the uprights, I believe that's a field goal right there. Able to make it through without hitting any of the sides.
Commentator's curse strikes again.
If we've ever wanted a whiff to happen, that was the whiff that we wanted. Barely missed the other, not barely missed, but missed the other cars. That is, oh my goodness. Flashy is by the 999 here, letting them know, hey, I'm going along the inside. Please give me space. As that Ford Mustang thought they weren't as wide as they were. Coming through the double left-hander of Puhan, excuse me. I never say that corner right either.
Race leader number 24 is probably feeling pretty good right now. The nice comfortable 20-second lead.
They are in the lead. Yeah, that is a almost 21-second lead. However, Shea O'Sullivan, the number 13 Ford Mustang back there, is the fastest car on the track still, 2:16.622 for them. So they're going to be holding on to the Purple Crown now for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it looks like 13 car is slowly chipping away. He's got lots of time to do it, but they're consistently putting under 217, whereas the race leaders putting in just above 217. So I wonder what's going to happen in the future when we start getting into the pits, and if they can get that time down before the end, and we can see some good battles between the race leader and second place.
Speed is not everything in an endurance race. Consistency is key, as you'll hear a lot of the more experienced drivers let you know as well. And the number 13 being very consistent, keeping their times under the 2:16s, keeping the pace up. While, yes, you are correct, Chad. Number 224 averaging between 2:16.6 and 2:17.7. So they have a second that they are going up and down, and that could be because of traffic, and that might be just an outlier of a lap for the number 224. But we are going to be keeping an eye on them, as we did see the nice flash and pop of that V8 as it shifts down the gears into the hard braking zone of the bus stop and crosses the finish line for the 424th time. That is now the... Did I say 400? It's 424, yes. So now the 224 car is on the 425th lap of the race. 6 hours, 21 minutes to go. It is almost 4 a.m. in game time. So that means the sun might be starting to rise a little bit. We might be getting a little bit more warmer temperatures, and some strategies being changed on the fly.
Yeah, earlier you were mentioning you predicted a 5:30 sunrise, and I looked up what the sunrise would be today for Spa, and it was 5:25, so pretty bang on.
Ooh, no one could see me, but my hands are raised so high. Oh, wow, I was so close. Chloe, we almost had it. We were off by 5 minutes.
Looks like Mr.
I'll call that internet lag. It was the 5 minutes of the internet. It was
Yeah,
I have bad internet.
Looks like Mr. Ferrantini, number 164, has got a 30-second penalty. I wonder if it's related to that collision back coming through bus stop.
Let's see if we can get
the back
the
marker.
stewards on the horn. See if they can help us get to the bottom of it. Oh, stewards, or stewards. We have the steward sheet. Thank you, stewards. I'm looking over the steward sheet right now, and we are looking for the number 164. Oh, that is a penalty for the number 164. And that is actually another 15-second time penalty. So two penalties. Two 15-second time penalties being handed out to the number 164. So that is 30 seconds of damage that they're going to take in the pit lane.
Yeah, I wonder if they went that route just because a SG30, even a drive-through, would be pretty devastating at this point in the race, just because of how long that pit is. But still, 30 seconds is pretty significant, things considered. We were talking earlier about just a few seconds will really take you out of the competition for the front there. So 30 seconds is absolutely insane. You just know that team's going to be scrambling.
We have had an amazing race so far, Chad. However, 6 hours, 18 minutes left to go in the race. That means we have been at Spa-Francorchamps for the past 17 hours, 41 minutes, technically 42 minutes by the count of my watch right now. And it has been one heck of a race. However, more time still left on the clock, so anything can happen here. The number 224 still in the lead. 426 laps down. I want to say another 200 to go.
Yeah, it looks like that's what it's gonna be at least. Based off of your poll earlier, I guess yesterday at this point in time for me.
Me as well, yes.
Probably more than $5.99, even with the safety cars and everything else.
It is now 2 a.m. Central Standard Time here in the U.S., which means it is 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 a.m. Eastern. So that means we are officially in night racing mode here in the U.S. I believe it is about 8 a.m. Central European Standard Time. It is about 4 p.m. Australian time. So it is very different depending on where you are in the world right now. However, in the sim, 3:53 a.m., almost 4 a.m., getting very close to that sunrise. So we're going to hopefully see some of these, or some of the temperatures, not some of the temperatures, both of the temperatures, both being ambient and track temperature, increase a little bit, which is going to shake up some of the strategies that these drivers are on right now. We do see Mirko Florentini, the number 164, and the number 47, driven by Christian Ranieri, in the pits. So Francesco Casali moves up a spot into the P5. And number 164, Aston Martin, is the one with the 30 seconds. So they are going to be losing one, if not two spots here, because just on the time penalty alone. Door to door coming into the bus stop, Zach Schneider and the number 151 Aston Martin for Noobs Are Us, able to make the move stick, and that's going to be putting him into P11 over Florian Lacroix. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong, so please let me know how bad I'm pronouncing it. Kudos to the commentators for the endurance. No, Nicolas, kudos to you for being part of the endurance. We wouldn't have anything to do if it wasn't for you drivers and teams participating in our event. So thank you so much for joining us. Benjamin in the chat, commentators endurance championship. Speaking about endurance championship, I was actually also supposed to be in the driver's seat this weekend for the Nordschleife 24 hours that is happening in iRacing. The endurance team that I am a part of invited me to drive. However, I unfortunately declined because my passion for broadcasting was just itching a little bit too much, and I had to scratch that itch. So I decided to come do the 24 hours of Spa and share my enjoyment of motorsports with you, the drivers, and especially you, the racing fans. So thank you so much for being here. whether you are here joining us live, whether you've been with us for the past 17 hours, or if you've joined us in the last 5 seconds. You are watching the Odyssey Racing League Spot 24 hours. And it has been an incredible race so far.
You know, definitely got to give you a hand there, Christian. You know, these guys in the race, they've been racing, you know, 18 hours roughly, right? But they have the ability to swap out and take a little break. But you've just been pushing through yourself. You don't have the luxury of driver swap in the commentator box, unfortunately.
Every once in a while, I get to escape from the broadcaster's booth. They let me out of my cage, and I'm able to go down. I don't know if you see it, but once you go down into, once you're coming out of La Source, you're coming down the hill, you get to El Rouge, and then you're going up Radion. Here on the right, you might see a Ferris wheel in real life. Behind that Ferris wheel, there is a funnel cake shop, and I love me some funnel cake. Unfortunately, the last time I went there, the line was like twice the size as it normally was, so I ended up taking longer than expected, but I am back, so I should be back for a while, and I do have some funnel cake, so I should be awake for a couple more hours, so I'll be okay.
You know, the next thing we need is some bobsled, right?
I'm sorry, all I heard was, let's get a second funnel cake, and let's go.
I can't say that.
Oh, you know what would be better than funnel cake, Chad?
What's that?
Fried anything.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. I've got a couple things I want to hear your thoughts on.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's go.
First
Shoot
one.
them.
Fried Snickers.
I've never tried that, but that sounds really good.
So it's pretty popular where I'm from. Like they fry anything, but they love frying chocolate bars, and it's unreal.
Is there ice
So
cream
good.
on the side of this, or is this purely a chocolate bar type of thing?
You definitely could. But then we also have this other one. It's so at Canada's Wonderland, they have this one. It's like an elephant ear, which is kind of like a beaver tail. But then they also have another one where it's basically batter and they like just kind of like drizzle it into oil. So it's all these like long stringy bits of really delicious, yummy fried batter, and then you cover it in powdered sugar and if you want like fruit and things like that. But have you ever had a blooming onion?
Yes, I have, Chad. Yes, I have.
Ooh. I absolutely love them. Like I honestly, look, some people may think I'm crazy, but I could eat an onion raw and just eat it like an apple. And then once you fry it, you spread it open, and all that goodness is there. Ooh, unreal.
Chad, are you by chance an ogre? Do you live by the swamp, Chad? Eat an onion raw. That's you can't see me. You can't see my face, but I'm pouting. Interesting.
You gotta.
My eyes are squinching and I'm pouting and I'm thinking real hard.
Don't hurt yourself.
Onions? Yeah, I can't. My last two brain cells will start fighting, and then it's just no one wins.
Even
Stupidity
better
Squad in
is-
the chat. Could you show us some car 847 action? Yes, I can. Car 847. That's Maximilian Fruhauf, number 847. I believe that is the flag of Latvia. And they're driving for Under Fire Racing Team. But yes, Chad, fried anything. Fried Oreos, fried
anything.
pickles, fried
Ooh.
mushrooms.
Ooh.
I'm gonna have to try. I'm
fried
gonna have to.
mushrooms.
Yeah, you've never had fried mushrooms?
Okay. I'm not really a fan of mushrooms, just because.
But you eat onions?
No, hear me out.
Raw, like an ogre?
Where I'm from, whenever you have mushrooms, it's always button mushrooms, and they're awful.
Button mushrooms. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, they're not good. So, but other mushrooms, like oyster mushrooms.
Oh, this is just
Like
a
things
mushroom.
It's just, yeah, when you think
A
mushroom,
button mushroom. That's just mushroom. You
just
think
a white
mushroom, it's the mushroom. Oh, these are good. Good source of protein, right? Mushrooms are protein? I know nothing.
Those ones are just not good, objectively.
Oh, I can't even pronounce the scientific name. Agaricus bisporus. I think I casted it. Did I just cast a spell? Hold on. Okay, none of my furniture's floating, so I think we're okay. But wow, yeah, that's commonly known as the cultivated mushroom is a bass. I'm not even gonna try that. Mushroom native to grasslands in Eurasia and North America, cultivated in more than 70 countries. Most commonly and widely consumed mushrooms. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what's not to love?
They're not very good. Just they get
Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. I think it'll be okay.
I think, okay, fried, I guess they would be okay, because then they have like a little bit crispiness, but usually they'll come on pizza, and I find that they don't have a good taste when they're on pizza, and they're really like rubbery. If people
Okay,
don't cook them
yes.
properly.
I see what
So
you mean.
It's definitely a texture thing,
Okay.
but that's why I like other forms of mushrooms, just because they cook better, they have much better texture. Definitely way better. Isaac Fogarty saying, I think you just opened the Chamber of Secrets saying that. I think you might be
Please,
right.
please don't remind me about year 3. That was terrible. I accidentally found my way into the Chamber of Secrets after trying to play a prank on a friend, and it just
Oh no.
some kind of giant snake. I don't remember. I woke up in the hospital. It was too much.
Oh no. Lord. Good little battle between number 164 and number 23.
Both cars battling it out, coming through the double left-hander of Pujon now through turns 13 and 14 of Campus, and then the 15-16 of Stavlo. Mattia Calendini, the number 164 Aston Martin on the back bumper of the Lamborghini. That's number 23 Lamborghini, moving up and down the tree. However, right now P8 for that Lamborghini.
A lot of movement on the track, really trying to cover its position. It's going to stick to the inside, it looks like. Oh, okay. Ducked off into the pits.
Into the pits they go, joining the pit party. The number 23 comes. Come on in. The water is fine. Speaking of water, earlier we did have rain at the beginning of the race. However, it looks to be clear skies for the rest. 4:05 in game time. So that means that sunrise, or that time is ticking down for that sunrise to start coming out of the background there and to light up that sky to turn us from night to day and those temperatures to rise. 17 degrees Celsius all around, so that's 17 degrees ambient and 17 degrees on the track. I believe in American Freedom units, that's like 17 degrees is like 65, 66. Carry the 1, add the 6, divide by 77. Yeah, it's like 60 something. That's like 60 something, right?
17 degrees. It's going to be interesting here soon, with that sun coming up around the corner very soon. I wonder if the drivers are going to take that into consideration, because you know that temperature is going to rise fairly quickly in the early AM. And looking at the spotters, most of the field is getting pretty close to the end of their stint, but it will end before the sun comes up. So I wonder if they're going to kind of under pressure a little bit more than expected. So they'll be dealing with cold tires with the anticipation that they're going to make up for that a little bit later. I wonder if that's what people would do. That's what I would do in that situation.
It does look like it could be heading that way, Chad. Almost getting to that 6-hour mark left at the top of our screen. As Chad said, it's going to start getting closer to the daytime, and some of these drivers are going to have to pit before that day change. And what that day bring does come is warmer temperatures, so their tires and the brakes are going to be a little bit different than what the drivers planned. Now, we do also have to remember, Chad, in the past 17 hours and 58 minutes, almost 18 hours that we've been here at Spa-Francorchamps, we've also had the safety car come out a couple times. So that does potentially push some of these drivers off their preferred strategy and onto an alternate strategy where they might be pitting at different times than what they thought, and in a different sequence than the cars around them. Because arguably, if all drivers and cars start the race at the same time, in theory, they would also all pit at the same time, or need to pit at the same time. So that's where the strategy comes in for these drivers, maybe having to pit a little early, sacrificing some of their lap time and some of their positions early in the race to later gain that position and maybe even get a comfortable position later on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be interesting seeing what everyone starts to do. We're probably gonna see a lot of movement over the next 10-15 minutes, just with everyone getting close to their full stint timer. So how that's gonna play out in the end, it's gonna be really interesting. Hopefully we don't have any more safety cars, but it would be interesting if we got a little bit of rain. But I don't think we're gonna see any of that, unfortunately. It's probably gonna be fairly similar conditions to the remainder of the race.
Now, speaking about the race, our safety car, and the rain, we've had a little bit of both. We haven't had it all together, but I am curious, Chad, and I do have a question for you. What do you think is tougher, racing in the rain or racing at night?
I think it really depends on the track. You know, something like Spa, you know, it's a lot of high speed, especially going through Eau Rouge. That can make things pretty challenging, so it slows things down pretty significantly. But it definitely depends. It definitely depends. You know, it's hard to say. I find that I actually enjoy wet races more than night races. Find, especially if it's like a really wet track, you know, I typically will drive Porsches or the Fords and the Mustang, and it handles pretty well in the wet. And you know, I'm pretty consistent there. Spa. Yeah, I would say. I just say it depends. I know I can't really be very concrete here in my answer, but it really just does depend. How about you? What do you think?
I'm actually the complete opposite of you, Chad. I much more enjoy night racing. I don't know what it is for me, but driving at night or in the dark switches something in my brain where it makes me or it makes my body and my brain try to drive as smooth as possible. Just because of the lower visibility. Now, arguably that could mean that it's not tougher and that I just like it more. However, I feel that the night racing has its own challenges that rain racing and day and normal day dry conditions has to offer. But I just prefer night racing. I don't know what it is. You do, of course, have to drive a little bit different. So your driving style does have to change because of the lower temperatures, the potential lower temperatures and lower visibility. But I feel like you have a much more drastic change in driving style when you drive in the wet compared to driving in the dark. And it's that drastic change that just throws my body and my brain for a loop. And it just sometimes, like, I don't know if you've ever experienced this as well, Chad, but you're in the car behind this, like you're in the seat behind the wheel, you're driving and you want to do something, but your hands and your brain cannot communicate with each other correctly. Sorry, your hands, your brain, and your feet, and you end up just spinning off into a wall and you're like, what just happened? I don't even know how I did that.
Oh well, you know, when it comes to wet racing, like I said, I enjoy it. It's when I first came to Odyssey Racing League, one of my best races right in the beginning was in a wet race. And that's driving the Porsche, and that was at I believe it wasn't Red Bull Ring, but it was maybe Spain, something like that. But I did really well, and I find that okay, transitioning from dry to wet is definitely challenging. But if it was a full wet race, you know the characteristics of your car, you know how it's going to react, and you can adapt your driving style pretty quickly. When it comes to night races, I find that it's very, depending on the track of course, it's very easy to kind of overdrive. So because of that limited visibility, that you're not able to see as far, it's harder for you to hit those key markers that you would during the day when you've got that, you know, kilometer or more of visibility. That ability to look ahead is just kind of one of the most important things when you're driving. Yeah, so it's a shame that you think that night driving is better. It's okay.
It's okay, Chad. We can argue about it later.
In
the secret chat, we can go at it in the secret chat. Oh, I mean, it's not. Oh, there is no secret chat.
Over beaver tails, right?
Yeah, over beaver tails. Heck yeah. And poutine on me.
Oh, let's get some poutine.
Let's do it. Yeah, bud.
Yeah, but.
Let's do it. On board the number 14 Lexus. This is the 0 Points Racing Lexus, having a heck of a drive. Doesn't look like they're too far off their teammate. That is their teammate in P5 right now in the car, in the seat. That's Abe Santema. Still the fastest time on track, 2:16.822 for the number 13 Ford Mustang. That is the sister car to the 0 Point Racing Lexus. We do see some flashies here for the number 13 as they hold on to the purple crown, coming at the turns 5, 6, and 7. The right-handers. As we can see under the yellow and black livery, the glowing red-hot exhaust pipes of the Ford Mustang. couple of cars also in the 216 just as fast, but not valid time, so it does not put them in contention for the Purple Crown.
Definitely interesting to see just the gap continue to widen to first place. We're now looking at 40 seconds, which is just unreal. They've doubled that time in the last 30 minutes.
Putting in work.
They're really putting in the work. They've been very consistent, mid 216s to low 217s, just consistently, whereas we're seeing a bit of a drop off with second place there, doing more 217s, 218s. Definitely getting, when we're getting close to the end here, I wonder if that fatigue is starting to really set into these guys.
I wonder how many energy drinks some of these drivers have driven. Or drinking. See, I don't know what's going on. I can't even English anymore. I'm at the point of the night. We're less than 6 hours in the race left. We've been at Spa-Francorchamps for the last 18 hours. Now, I don't know about you, Chad, but growing up, I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, so I'm kind of used to sitting in a chair for 18, 19 hours straight. But 24 hours? I don't know. It is pretty tough.
It's not my first time sitting my bottom in a chair for that long. You know, I'm a software developer by trade for the most part, so
It won't be the last.
Definitely sit behind a screen for long periods of times, and it won't be my last. I'm hoping that I can participate in more races just like this in my future. I've yet to do a 24-hour. Most I've done is 6, I believe.
I have taken part in a couple of 24 hours. My first 24 hours I took part in, I was both driver and broadcaster. That was a big doozy. That was the first time the 24-hour of Nordschleife was, or the Nordschleife track was released on ACC. And we, as the Odyssey Racing League, decided to host a Nordschleife 24 hours. Unfortunately, we also dealt with server issues, or excuse me, the driver swap bug. And it decimated our grid.
Now, being 18 hours into this, since you've done a couple of these 24 hours, what's going through your head at this point in time? What kind of things are you looking for, projecting further into the race? How are your strategies changing?
The only thing going through my mind right now is the loudest pitched scream that you could think of. Trying to keep myself awake for the next 6 hours. I'm actually just kidding. It's not that bad. Most of the time I'm sitting here absorbing the race, trying to kind of think and put myself in the bucket seat of some of these drivers, and thinking, if I was this driver, when would I attack? Where would I put my car? And how comfortable I'm probably thinking, maybe even thinking a little bit about the strategy. Like, okay, well, I need to pit within the next couple of laps. Should I save fuel? Or should I just go in now early? Sometimes it is fun to think about that. However, there is... Oh, one of the projections... I'm going to let you know now, Chad. One of the projections that I hopefully have for the rest of this race is no more safety cars. Okay, maybe one safety car. Maybe one safety car. But not within the last hour. Let everything play within the last hour, but maybe one safety car would be nice.
Oh, you know, Richard is just sitting on standby, waiting for it.
A big shout out to our safety car drivers. Mr. Dan Edwards and Mr. Richard Harknett. Both of them inside of the safety car waiting. So putting in just as much time as us here in the broadcaster booth. They are in their race suits, suited up, waiting in the car, waiting to go. Drivers entering the pits now and leaving, so that timing tree on our left hand side of the screen is going to be changing. Hopefully it'll settle soon so that we can talk more about the standings, if any changes have been made. Drivers are entering and exiting the pits, joining that pit lane fiesta, getting new tires, filling up that fuel tank, and potentially swapping out their drivers, getting a fresh pair of eyes and reflexes there out on the track. Speaking of fresh eyes and reflexes, it is now that time of the night. It is your stretch break. Please do me a favor, get up, have a quick little stretch. It's also a hydration check, so grab a little sip of water, stay hydrated. And keep it locked in to the Odyssey Racing League YouTube channel, because you are watching the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. 5 hours, 42 minutes left to go. It's almost 4:30 in the morning in game time. 17 degrees Celsius on the track, 17 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. The sunrise is going to be coming up very soon, so that is going to be a potential strategy change for the drivers that are out on the track. And we're going to see if any of these cars try to extend their stint until that sun rises, so that they can get a fresh, brand new pair of tires and get them up the temp as quick as possible. While this happens, we're going to go to a quick broadcaster's break. As Chad and I were talking about beaver tails earlier, we kind of decided we're going to go get some beaver tails. So we'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. And we'll be right back with some more exciting action at the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. we are back, racing fans. We were in line to get the beaver tails. And then they sold out. Never ordering food from this place again. But enough about that. Back to the race on our screens. 5 hours, 11 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps presented to you by Odyssey Racing League. That means we have been on the track and together here at this race for 18 hours and 49 minutes. That seems like a very long time. However, we still have about 5 hours left to go. Your leader right now, the number 224, driven by Kaj Pa for Simotech Automation. P2, Abe Santema. This is the 0 Point Racing, number 13 Ford Mustang. P3, it is going to be Stefano Battistella, as we do see Christian in the number 47 into the pit lane, so they're going to be losing a couple spots. Hello, Victoras. Yes, you probably thought I left y'all, but no, I've been actually here the whole time. I shouldn't tell this to you all, but I'm gonna pull back the curtain a little bit. So even though I'm not commentating on the screen, I'm still working in the background. All of these camera changes, a lot of them are me. So I'm still working, trying to bring you all the best action here on the screen. As we can see in P4, the number 14 Lexus, driven by Lourdes. I believe that's how it's pronounced. I know I'm 100% pronouncing that wrong. Lourdes. Lourdes? I am so sorry. Come yell at me in the chat and how terrible I am at mispronouncing your name. This is number 14 Lexus for 0 Point Racing. On the back bumper of Stefano Battistella, that's the 999 AMG. Speaking of Lexus, I do have a special guest in the booth here with me still. Chad McLean. Chad, the professed Lexus master, in the chat with me, ready to share some of his experience and knowledge of Spa-Francorchamps with us. Hello, Chad. How are you?
Hey there, Christian. Doing well. And yourself?
Going strong so far, still. 5 hours and 8 minutes left. Almost done.
Yeah, piece of cake, right?
Piece of cake.
Totally not tired at all.
No, not tired at all. Not screaming internally at the top of my lungs that I am tired and want to go to bed.
Yeah, no,
Not at all.
Exciting racing with 14 and 999 in position 3 and 4. They are really close together right now. Going into T2. T1, sorry. Craziness. 0 Point Racing right there. Wow.
That is a very, very tight slipstream that they're gaining. Along the outside, though, the number 14 goes. We did see the 999 flash in front to let the cars in front know that it is a lap car, so that they'd be making space. However, the 14 probably biting off a little bit more than they can chew as they go off the track, trying to make the overtake during the right of turns 5, 6, and 7. So we do see the number 14 slot back behind the 999 AMG. The 999 AMG on the bottom steps of the podium. However, they are still on the podium. And we have the number 14 trying to fight their way back to make the second and third steps of the podium be filled up with the 0 Point Racing team. Because right now, the sister team is P2. That's the number 13 Ford Mustang. Continuing on with the standings as we still keep an eye on this battle that is going on our screen. Actually, we might actually keep an eye on it for a little bit longer. We will not, as they come into the right-handers of Campus and Stavlo. But P4, it is Wilf Paduano for Sky Sim Sport. The number 47 Aston Martin. Right behind him, Bermy Martin. Not too far off, actually. Number 132 Ford Mustang being piloted by the Swiss driver. P7 Nathan Smythe Adams. This is the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin, as we do see him line up single file with that McLaren. The McLaren going a little bit too far wide and almost way too close for comfort on that wall there, except able to gain control of the car as soon as they got to the top of the hill and keep it out of the wall. That is also a skill in and of itself, being able to control the car even in the toughest of conditions and regain control of the car, especially when you lose it. P8 goes to Mattia Calandini. Calandini, yes. Number 164, Aston Martin for MR Reparto Coaching. P9, this is Artyom Voskovsky. This is the Speed Stars Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. As we do see some time penalties being handed out to the number 10 car. And to round off your top 10, Zach Schneider, the number 515 Aston Martin for Noobs Are Us. Number 13 car also still holding on to the crown of the fastest lap. That is the number 13 Ford Mustang, 217.397 for them. So it is changing every time that these drivers are switching in and out of the driver's seat. So we are going to be seeing those times change a little bit, as you do see 10 seconds for the 71 there. It's going to be a lot more painful now that we're getting close to the end of the race. It is 5 o'clock a.m. in the game, and we can see what appears to be a little bit of sun shining out, or starting to shine out from behind the trees all around Spa-Francorchamps. We can see that the light on the cars is getting a little bit dimmer as we await for the date to arrive. Now, Chad, I did have a birdie just tell me that there is possibly a little bit of rain in the forecast. As we do see some dark clouds hanging in overhead, we're going to keep an eye on them to see if they do form and rain starts falling down in the last couple of hours here at the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League.
That would really throw a wrench in this race for sure. You know, we've had one storm session already through here, and with complexity changed up a lot. So to get a second would be crazy, you know. Everyone's gotten into a routine here, so adding that rain in, if it comes through, is going to mix things up again to make it a little more interesting. You know, just so you know, I've been following number 14 and 999, and they have not stopped this whole time. They're within 0.2 of a second, constantly sniffing on the back. At one point in time, side by side. Just excellent racing by these two. Honestly, I really got to give it to them. It's been really exciting watching these guys.
Yeah, the number 14 has been showing off their skills. Both cars in a V8, being able to scream past a lot of the other cars around them. However, the number 14 and the 999 almost at a stalemate.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. It looks like they're pretty much on pace exactly with each other. As number 14 gets in close in that draft, the AMG kind of makes it up in the corner. So the speed advantage that the Lexus has just loses out a little bit to the AMG through the corners. So they're, like you said, they're pretty much at a stalemate. So it's really going to be down to the technique here and looking for that little, any opportunity, any little mistake to gain an advantage here. Otherwise, we're not going to be seeing much movement from these guys. But they were able to push through the back markers there a little bit ago beautifully. Excellent by these guys, honestly.
Starting to keep one eye on the sky and one eye on the track as we continue with the battle on our screen. The number 14 Lexus in P4. This is the 0 Point Racing Lexus trying to get into P3 to join the podium steps with their sister team, the number 13 Ford Mustang, in P2 right now for them. Getting past there along the straight. Almost took my eyes off there for a second, but side by side now coming into turns 5, 6, and 7. If they're able to make it stick, the Lexus is going now into third place. The black, yellow with the white stripe down the middle. 0 Point Racing Lexus moves into P3 and joins their sister team in the podium. I started whispering a little because I did notice it's 3:20 a.m. in the morning here. And all my neighbors are going to come kicking down my door, yelling at me. I'm going to tell them, but it's too exciting, and they're not going to be happy about it either way.
They just don't understand, that's all.
They don't understand the excitement that is motorsport and endurance racing, Chad.
No.
When will they ever learn? When will they
Just have to
accept
get
us?
them into it.
Oh, that would be... I've tried so hard to get people into sim, or to get people that technically... maybe it's because they're really not into racing, right? And into cars. But I've been trying to get people into sim racing because I know they're competitive either way. But just, they don't want to. I can't get anybody to join.
You can lead the horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
Right you are, Chad. Right you are. Still on board with the battle between the number 14 Lexus and the 999 AMG on our screen. Those exhaust pipes glowing red hot on the side there of that Mercedes.
As you see, they're still pace-wise pretty much neck and neck, but it was that little mistake that got that position swapped there.
Small little mistake is all it takes.
That's all it takes, but you gotta be ready for it, you know? The margins here are so slim.
Ten-second time penalty handed out to the number 71 BMW. Number 23 Lamborghini into the pits, going into the pit lane a little bit before the sunrise. By Chad's calculations, the sun should start rising at about 5:30 a.m. We're almost there, about 15 minutes away.
5:25.
Oh, 5:25, you were right, because I was 5 minutes off. Yes, you are right.
But I'm not a, whoever the people are called that predict that stuff.
Who? Sorry, what? When the sun rises and when it comes up, and aren't those just meteorologists?
Sure, I'm not one of those, so I don't know exactly what it's.
We're talking about the people that do the news, right? And they stand in front of the green screen, and it goes here rain, here hot, here cold. Like those people there. Is that who we're talking about? Yes. I believe that is a meteorologist. No, but I trust you. You did the research. Oh no, a drive-through to the number 153. We're ignoring the stint timer, but they're in the pits. Unless they got the unless the timer hit 0 before they crossed the pit line, the pit entry line.
What happened? Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, Chad, and please let me know if I'm wrong, but the timer, your pit timer, sorry, your stint timer stops as soon as you enter the pit lane.
Correct.
So as soon as you cross the line,
yeah,
it stops the timer. So, oh, that's so close. Because I'm looking at my screen and they're in the pits. So they were there. Oh wait,
Yeah.
no. Spa doesn't have a thing where it's like you have to be on one side for it to count, right? It's as soon as you're in.
My understanding is it's when you actually need to hit the speedometer.
That pit limiter, correct? With the orange sign, pit limiter. Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know if it's on the other side because it's two lanes, right?
Yes, it's technically 2 pit lanes together. You are right. Number 153, stop and go 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. This is their last. Oh, so they also got a speeding in the pits. Oh no. That is not going to be a very, very happy driver in the number 153. Oh. Kicking him, or basically shooting himself in the foot, but I mean, it's all part of racing. Sometimes you make a small little mistake, and that small little mistake can compound into something bigger. And that's just what racing is about. Sometimes you get the good, you have to roll with the good, and sometimes you gotta roll with the bad.
You know, it's so easy to make those mistakes. You know, you just forget to hit the limiter button, or you know, it's so easy to go even 1-2 kilometers over, and the penalty for it is just extreme, right? It can really alter the results of your race. You know, you could be mid-pack and all of a sudden you're at the back, or even worse. Just depends on where you are, how close everyone is. Devastating.
You're not wrong there, Chad. On our screen, Stefano Battistella still defending the P3 spot. They're actually now moving up into P3 because I believe both of the 0 Point Racing cars have entered the pit lane. Actually, no. Actually, yes. Yes, they did. So the number 14 switched drivers. We do have someone else. Or actually, no. This is still Abe Santema in number 13. So what happened here? Am I missing something?
No, I think they are extending. So, looks like they just went through the pits, and Iverson, I believe, was still in there. They haven't pit yet. They're at 53 minutes.
Oh, you are correct. Yes.
Oh, we've just got a new fastest lap by number 47.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow, that is incredibly fast. So the number 47, driven by Wilf Paduano, 2:16.210.
Beats him out by one. One. What did he lead? A little more than 0.1 of a second. That's it. That's
Chad.
huge after.
Chad, you're gonna have to hit the alarm. You're gonna have to hit the alien alarm. Go hit it. Go get it. That's an alien time. 2:16.210. Almost the number 47 almost dipping their little toes into the 2:15s, which would be crazy to see here at the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. But it is a possibility. A 2:15 is possible. It's still on the table and out there on the track, I feel. However, the number 47 showing off that V8 power that Aston Martin has. 2:16.210, which makes them the new owner of the Purple Crown, which lets us know that they have the fastest lap.
And the number 13 car has owned that fastest lap for a very long time. at least the last 4 hours, which is just insane. But with the temperatures coming back up, it's not surprising that we may see a little bit more shuffling from these guys up in the front.
Some cars may even elect to do their pit stop early to change tires, maybe get some fresh tires on those new temps. Because once they are at a certain point in their tires lifespan, it might be better to just go in and get them changed. Even though they're going to be losing time now, they might be able to regain that time later down the track. Especially if they exit the pits and if they have nothing but clean air in front of them, they can just put down their foot as hard as they can onto the accelerator and they can just go.
Thing is, it's looking like it may actually be heavier rain coming up in the next 30 minutes or so.
Oh yeah, it is starting to get dark as well.
So we can't even, but there are a lot of people that are close to the end of their stint timers, so they have to be careful here. Hopefully you don't want them to go out too early on the wets.
And they can't go too late either.
No, it's really weird. Like a lot of people are getting close to that 60-minute point here, but a couple minutes after that, it's going to be transitioning period to rain, so things are going to get a little dicey.
Dicey is a great word to use. Also a little bit dicey. Rolling the dice out there. The 999 AMG. It's going to be an interesting car to see a race again in the wet. Very heavy front end. Makes it pretty good in the wet, I feel, but not the best car in the wet. I honestly have to give that title to the Aston Martin. I honestly believe, and would probably argue for it, that the Aston is probably the best car in the wet if you want to talk about front engines. If you want to talk about all configurations of all engine types, of course, I'm going to say that the Porsche is going to most probably be the best.
Yep.
As you and I both know, Chad, and we've discussed this a lot, I am not a huge fan of the Porsche in ACC. But since I've been dabbling a little bit in iRacing and LMU, I have been picking up the Porsche here and there depending on the track. And I will say that car feels lovely depending on the track. If it has just enough turns, you're able to set that car up so nicely that when you exit out of the corner, you're going so fast that you're able to keep up, if not pass, the rest of the cars on the straight. And that's where I feel like the Porsche is so strong. But here at Spa, I think the straights are just too long here, and these V8s are able to get just enough space and power down. Or they have just enough space to put the power down to be able to get out ahead of some of the rest of these cars here on the track. And you look at the Lambo and you think V10 will 2 more than 8, so 2 more powers, right? 2 more horses. But we have to look at the Lamborghini. That is, 1, a bull. That's not a horse. And 2, I don't think that's actually how it works.
Yeah, the thing about the Porsche is on that long straight after Eau Rouge, it definitely is ringing itself right near the end there. So it loses that on the top end. But that Lexus and the AMG, and especially the Ford, the Mustang, it just powers through. It feels like you still got a little bit more by the time you get into the right, left, right section there.
Chad, it's not just a little more. I think they have a whole nother gear.
Yeah, true. Yep.
If I remember correctly, there are some drivers that keep the AMG in 5th, and they ride that all the way because technically at the higher gears, the RPM range is a little bit higher for some of these cars. So they're able to rev that a little bit higher, especially the Ford Mustang. That thing can rev. It loves the high RPMs, and the Lexus as well, I believe. And that thing is, see V8s.
You need to keep
V8s naturally aspirated. It's a combination made to win.
Yeah, the Lexus naturally aspirated, and you need to keep the RPMs up. Because as soon as you let those RPMs drop, I find it to be really sluggish. So in the slow speed corners, it really struggles. But these medium, high speed corners, that are at Spa, it absolutely loves it. You just throw that car around, and you can see, you know, we've got number 14 just absolutely crushing it in the Lexus.
Speaking of the number 14, we do have a new leader. It's still the number 224 leading the race for the last hour or so. This is Kaj Pa in the Simotech Automation Aston Martin. We have the number 14 Lexus in second place of the 0 Point Racing Lexus. P3, this is Stefano Battistella, the 999 AMG for ATS Corsa Esport team. P4, Abiset Santema for 0 Point Racing. This is the 13 Ford Mustang. Number 47 Aston Martin, driven by Wilf Paduano for Sky Simsport. P5. P6, Brim Martage, who is in the pit lane, so they are going to be losing a little bit of time, of space there. Nathan Smythe Adams, P7, the number 274 for Baller Squad Racing. Mattia Calendini for MR Reparto Coaching. That's number 164 Aston Martin, as you do see the rain starting to fall here at the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Spa-Francorchamps. 4 hours 45 minutes left, so that means we've been on the track for 19 hours, and I believe if my calculations are correct, that means it's been like 16 hours since rain has last joined us here at Spa-Francorchamps. But as I said earlier today, if you're racing at Spa-Francorchamps, rain isn't too far off.
I think I just saw another person get a penalty for disregarding the stint timer, unfortunately. Now, I didn't catch the number. I
believe that's the number 132. That's the Ford Mustang in
132?
P6.
Dang.
Oh no, getting a drive-through there, especially when at the end of your stint timer, when I believe a lot of the other cars are in the pits. We do see cars entering the pits now, so they are joining the pit lane party. As the rain is starting to come down, we did see we started to see a little bit of squirrely there for squirrelies for Zach Schneider in the number 515 Aston Martin for Noobs Are Us. So it might be time to put on those rain tires, put on the floaties and the rain shoes, and get back out there on the track. As we do see cars, starting to throw themselves into the pit. We do have the leader entering the pits now, so that is the 224 in the pits. And we're going to see if the cars behind elect to go. I do see the number 16 in the pits. Looks like the number 141 as well entering the pits. Yeah, so it is going to be a pit lane party.
We're getting a mixed bag of results for the actual tires leaving from the pits. We got some people opting to stick to the dries and some people going for the wets. But
really,
if you look at the forecast for the weather, it looks like it's even going to be even more torrential downpours within the next 30 minutes or so. So things could get crazy.
Some of these drivers might be putting a little bit too much trust into those dry, slick tires, especially with water starting to come down from the sky. We do have a question in the chat by Lulu76. Where are 900 and 901, please? Let's take a quick look. We do have a bunch of cars entering the pit lane, so the position of the cars is going to start changing. Hopefully it doesn't change too big for the cars, but let's check where they are right now. So we are looking for the 900 and the 901. We have the number 901 right here, driven by Terry. Oh no, excuse me, that's Terry Chevalier. The number 901 Porsche. P27.
Oh no. Someone just got an SG30 speeding in the pit lane.
Oh no, speeding in the pits. That's because they were probably trying to brake in the same spot as normal, and it's starting to rain, so that car just skid right into the pit lane.
We've also got number 274 that may be coming up to a penalty. for the stint timer as well.
Oh.
He's at an hour and 8 minutes. Getting close.
That is... Oh, they need to get back into the pits. But going back onto our screens, we're looking at the number 901 and the number 900. Here is the number 900, driven right now by Jeremy Gore. P30 for the number 900 Ferrari. This is OSRT.
What a beautiful livery.
It is. It's very nice. I like it. It's on the simpler side. However, it gets the point across, and it is very distinctive. Like, I will remember this livery.
Absolutely.
Speaking of remembering, we are, in case you don't remember, we are watching the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. There is a $1,000 prize pool for the top 3 drivers, and 2 randomly selected teams from all of the finishing teams that are not the winners will also be entered into the drawing, and they will also receive a portion of that prize pool.
The rain is definitely picking up. That transition period is coming a lot sooner than I thought. We're seeing a lot of puddling up in the sand there, and then on the road, you just really see it coming down. So those people that have opted to stay out on the dry tires struggling.
Yeah, it's going to start getting slick, especially along the red and yellow curbing, which is in very strategic parts here. And especially in a lot of the turns, especially coming down the Kimmel Straight, in these next 3 or 4 turns, you technically want to put 2 of your 4 tires touching them at all times. But as soon as it starts raining, you're not allowed to do that. Because if you do, and if you do it the incorrect way, you're going to spin and have a very bad time.
The spray coming off people right now is insane. Field's pretty open right now, so visibility's probably gonna be pretty good across the board, at least for now. That's gonna be good, but we're definitely gonna see those times start dropping off. So who knows? Maybe maybe number 47, who's got that fastest lap, may be able to keep that for the remainder of the race.
2:16.2 is the time to beat. That is an incredible time put down by the number 47, driven by Wilf Paduano. Stop go 30 for the 749. Oh, that's the TPDX. That's one of the TPDX BMWs. Oh, that was one of the speeding the pit lanes, correct? Or was this the stint timer one that we were speaking of?
I don't actually remember. I'm sorry. I was focusing on someone else.
Yeah, then it can't have been this one, because then we would have both remembered. So then I'm assuming it's going to be from speeding in the pits, which is very unfortunate. And again, as normally in endurance races, the longer the endurance race, the less penalties can really matter. However, with less than 4 hours and 37 minutes left to go, these penalties are going to start hurting more and more and more as that timer winds down to 0. Actually, I just got my question answered. It said right there. Race control just let us know that stop go 30 is for speeding in the pit lane, and they have 1 lap to serve it, or unless I am reading that wrong, and they have to serve it this lap. Benjamin in the chat asking, because I'm in Australia, I missed most of the race. Has the safety car been used? Yes, Benjamin, it has. We've actually brought out the safety car a total of 6 times, I believe, so far. We actually had the safety car to start the race because we had an incident with the server. However, we were able to get the race underway, and then we had a safety, and then it started raining. We had some really good races. We had some really good laps there. About an hour passed, about an hour and a half, and then the safety car came back out due to an incident, and then it stopped raining. We haven't seen rain since. That was about 17 hours ago, but now it has started raining, and we in the booth here are trying to stay dry, and we are also hoping that the safety car stays in the pit lane. Oh, track limits handed out to the number 847. They're in P25 right now. That's the number 847 McLaren. Oh, it has been very exciting these past 19 hours. I'm so glad you could join us now for the amount of time, however amount of time that you have to spend with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Benjamin. And thank you as well, the viewer, whoever you are, whenever you are. If you're watching us live, or if you're watching us in the future in the comfort of your desk, chair, bed, or even listening to us at work. Thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of Odyssey Racing League, thank you again so much. Right now, still on board with the number 47 Aston Martin. This is the Sky Sim Sport all-white Aston Martin, driven by Wilf Paduano. The rain's still coming down as well, so it is going to be changing a little bit of the lines that some of these cars are taking, and it might be also changing up the strategy. Some of these cars still on slicks, so some of these teams being pretty headstrong and trying to power through the rain to hopefully not waste time having, or staying out on slicks, and powering through the rain to not have to waste time going into the pits to change into wet tires. So they're probably going to try to finish out their stint on the slicks and then switch over to the wets, or hopefully wait out the rain and see if it'll go away before they have to go in. However, I don't think that's going to be enough time. So I think they're just going to get to the end of their stint, in my opinion, Chad. And I think they're just going to move over to the wets after that.
Yeah, that's most likely what's going to happen. Looking at the forecast here, it looks like it's going to continue to be very heavy rain for at least the next 30 minutes. We've seen most people at least make a trip through the pits to either reset their stint timer or grab a little bit of period. Some people have opted to switch a little early to the wets, which I think is a good idea looking at the times, but you know, those that are on the dry tires surprisingly are still making some pretty competitive times, maybe a few seconds off of the wet tires. But again, we'll probably start seeing those that are still on dries just finish up usage of those tires and make their way in. Sorry, my cat is going crazy at that time.
Not a problem. It's almost that time for me as well. The cat alarm is almost going off, yeah. If you, especially since I didn't give her normal midnight snack. I usually give her a treat around 11 p.m., 10 p.m. my time. Just as like, okay, here's a treat. Please leave me alone and let me go to sleep until I have to wake up. Because if not, she does like to wake me up as well. But going back to the action on our screen, we were paying attention to the battle between the 777 BMW and the 901 Porsche. Christian, the driver of the BMW, and Terry in the 901. Terry, unfortunately, going a little bit too deep into La Source there, and hitting his right side tires. I want to say right-handed tires, but his right side tires into the small pools that are on there, that are in between the wall and the small little dip going into turn 1. Threw him off, or through the weight of his car more forward than he's used to, pushes him deeper into the turn, which allowed Christian in the 777 BMW to make the undercut, to make the switchback happen, and take the position now. And we are seeing Christian able to run with the gap that he's been given now. The 777 now up 2.5 seconds, almost 3 seconds in front of Terry. Terry, though, not too far off, and still within striking distance, even if it is around 5 seconds, because in racing, if you're within 5 seconds, if it's 5 seconds or less, that's usually visual distance. And that's mostly because a lot of tracks have turns, and they have multiple turns, and they have walls, they'll have pit lanes, like here there's grandstands here at Spa. So you technically can't see that far ahead of you in some certain places, but here, like at the top of Radion and at the Kimmel Straight, you can get 5 seconds away from each other and you can still be within visual distance. And guess what? If you go into the grass here in the wet, and if you hit that wall, that 5-second gap between you and the car behind you is going to disappear in an instant as they catch up and overtake you as you try to get back onto the track. With that wet grass sticking to your tires, it's not gonna do very well, especially for the cars in the slicks.
Starting to see who's out on the slicks. Their tires are to fall off a little bit more now. I'm watching the 274 down about 4 seconds. Wow. As the track continues to gain water so quick.
Oh, a big snap for that BMW up there in the front. We do see the number 69. We are on board with the number 69. Leonard in the driver's seat, seeing him saw that wheel back and forth, trying to keep that Porsche in a straight line as much as possible. The Porsche, one of, if not the best car in the rain. I do know some people that will argue that point until the very end. And we are seeing it stay relatively stable throughout some of these corners, especially putting those tires on the red and yellows. Not a relatively smart and safe thing to do on most tracks and on most cars. However, the Porsche taking it pretty well. And it does look like that they are messing with the ABS and TC coming through the last couple of turns here. Blanchimont, turn 16 and 17 now coming through to the bus stop, the hard braking zone. And it looks like number 69 is going to be allowed through by that blue flag cone. Car number 13 got a DT. No way. Car number 13, Cameron Hunt in the Ford Mustang, down to P14. They got a DT. Oh no. I'm going to see if I can find out what that DT is for, because that is so detrimental to the car. Oh, that must have been from drive-through or pit lane infraction or something. So race fans, we are nearing that 500 lap mark. So if anybody participated in the poll from earlier yesterday morning and guessed that the leader would be under 500 laps, you might be going home empty-handed. Jay Gray in the track. Connection issues caused our drive-through. Oh no! Got to pit again as we you have to pit again as we had driver swap bug. So may need to switch drivers to see if it cures it. Oh no! They were doing so well. 4 hours and 22 minutes left, and now is when the bug decides to happen. I'm in physical pain. I don't think anyone likes to see that. No true racing fan likes to see a car have to bow out of a race, or even doing so well and then just not able to finish the race because of a technicality or of a stupid bug or glitch that no one has control over. Pretty gutting, says Jay Gray. I agree. That's heartbreaking. I'm so sorry to hear that. But y'all have stuck it out so far here at the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. 19 hours we've been going around this track. 19 hours of dedication. That's way more than a lot of people end up putting. So thank you very much to all the teams that have signed up, that have participated since lap 1, minute 1, second 1, and all of the drivers that are still participating, as well as you, the viewer watching, whether you're watching live or whether you're watching from the future. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this incredible journey. UID plays. Can we see some number 71? Yes, we can. The number 71 from Arachnid Racing in P15 had a great recovery run so far. And they are now in P15. We are nearing that time again, racing fans. We are getting close to the time where we are going to have to reset the broadcast. I will let you know 5 minutes ahead of time, and we will be restarting the broadcast. We will be right back here. All you have to do is refresh, and the broadcast should restart. If not, please head over to the YouTube channel, and you will see the broadcast there on the main page. It will be titled Finale of the 24-Hour Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. We're going to be going into race mode for the next 20 to 30 minutes or so as we get the broadcast set up, or the next broadcast set up. Please enjoy the sights and sounds of the Spa 24 Hours presented by Odyssey Racing League, now including rain. Okay, racing fans, we have 5 minutes left in the broadcast timer. 5 more minutes and we will have to bring down the broadcast. And we'll be right back up. Same channel. All you have to do is hit refresh and the broadcast should be right back up on your screen. If it is not, please go to the Odyssey Racing League YouTube channel. You'll find that link right here. And in the main page, as soon as you click that, you'll go to the main page and you will see the finale. Or the final part will be put up on... Or we'll start streaming that and we will go until the end of the race. Also do a little bit of the post-race interviews. Give some of the winners a little bit of screen time. Okay, racing fans, we will be right back. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the final part of the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League.